Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the August 1st, 2023 council meeting of the Smithfield Town Council to order. We have special guests here. Before Councilman Pack makes the recognition of special guests, what I'd like to do, if you would, remove your hats. We're going to stand and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance, and y'all get to lead it. So let's give it just a few seconds. If you would, please stand. Please proceed, guys. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so very much. Mr. Pack, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen of the council and of the public, we have before us tonight some very special kids here. I've been a big supporter of youth sports in Isle of Wight ever since I've been on council, whether it be our Pop Warner football, our cheerleaders, or our SRA baseball team. What you have in front of you tonight are two teams. We have the 11U and 12U kids. And the reason they're here is because they've had a very busy last month. Just to give you a quick rundown, in the last month, we have the East Zone Bronco 11U champs. We have the zone runner-ups, the #1 power-ranked 11U team on the East Coast. We have 2 wins in the Pony World Series, and they finished in 3rd place in the International Pony World Series out of 8 teams. They were eliminated in the semifinals by Mexico. So these boys have all done a great job. Not only should they be recognized because what they've done is special, but when you do this, you are led by coaches. And we have 8 coaches out here. The 11U coaches are Jimmy Alville, Cecil DeWeese, Mike Havlin, Bill Harpley. The 12U coaches are Eric Santana, Tony Slava, Rolando Pabon, Mike Cox, and Hank Sunderberg. Gentlemen, thank you for making our children a better part of society. One thing that we've been able to do with these kids is provide them with excellent facilities here in town. So as we support our local sports and our local sports complex, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly why we do it. Great facilities help facilitate great players. Mr. Alville, I believe you have something you want to add?
Yeah. On behalf...
Yeah, come right around the corner if you would. Fine.
So on behalf of the 11U and 12U Smithfield All-Stars team, first of all, we'd like to thank the City Council for inviting us out. We'd like to thank everybody in town of Smithfield for supporting us. We'd like to thank the Luter family for donating to that Luter complex. I'm sure everybody's been out there. It's a beautiful complex. These boys obviously love it. We love it. And we want to thank everybody for all your support. Without y'all, these kids can't do what they do every year. So, and we also want to present the mayor with an official Pony World Series baseball signed by the players, and also our 12U team wants to present them with the official pony ball signed by their team. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all so very much for coming today. It really, really means a lot, and we are so very proud as the town of Smithfield of you. Keep up the good work. It provides a good foundation for you as you grow up and become very, very productive adults in society. You're starting off the right way. You listen to those coaches. Those coaches will teach you the right way, and God bless and thank you for everything. Thanks for coming, guys. Okay, next item on the agenda is the informational section. Mr. Stallings?
Yes, sir. Included in your package is the activity report for the month of July. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions of the town manager by members of council? Committee summary minutes. That's included. Upcoming meetings and activities are listed for you. Anything to add to that, Mr. Stallings?
Yes, sir.
The next item that I have is public comments. I have one person signed up for public comments, and that's Ms. Judy Winslow, Tourism. Ms. Winslow?
Got to switch out the glasses so I can see what I wrote. Good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of council. I'm Judy Winslow, the Director of Tourism for Smithfield and Iowa County, and I reside at 222 Institute Street in the heart of downtown historic Smithfield. Tonight, I'd like to review some pertinent information regarding the Smithfield Public Market that is proposed to be within the Grange at 10 Main application. The award-winning weekly Smithfield Farmers Market is currently held in the parking lot of BSV Bank on the corner of Main Street and Church Street from April through October, with limited specialty markets to finish the calendar year. And we have been very grateful for BSV's partnership since the market began over 20 years ago. But the current location has fees attached to maintaining the blacktop, no restroom facilities for vendors or the over 40,000 patrons that frequent the market per season, dedicated water sources, enough electrical facilities, or room to grow. And when surveyed, vendors told us that permanent covering, as well as heated and cooled capacities to extend the season and/or market days, as well as more space in general, would optimize the experience that they are able to give the public. The market, through current shared use agreements, offers 104 parking spaces and serves as a major draw and funnel to other downtown businesses, attractions, and restaurants. Vendor sales are over $500,000 a year, and the fees charged, both application fees and percentage of sales, plus sponsorships, cover the current management salary, marketing, and operational costs, with no general fund dollars coming from either the town or county for its over 20-year run, although we are abundantly grateful for all of the in-kind contributions from both entities. When talks began regarding the potential of moving the Smithfield Farmers Market to the new development, a public market task force was formed, including town council members, board of supervisors members, town staff, and county staff to answer the essential questions of: one, whether it is economically feasible to entertain building and maintaining a public market, and two, how would the management of that building be potentially handled? Gathering a group this large and busy proved to be difficult to accomplish in a timely manner. So a working group of staff was appointed by the task force to bring a recommendation back to the task force at large. The working group determined that the project was indeed economically feasible, and the developer's ask of $1.4 million per town and county leadership would produce a tax value of approximately $1 million for the county and over $500,000 for the town annually within 5 to 10 years. Those tax values would include the property values for the development, as well as personal property, meals taxes, and transient occupancy taxes. Any sales taxes generated would be over and above the amount forecast. A skeleton working model was begun to address the building ownership and building condominiumized between the restaurant and the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight County through the EDA. The project would be managed by the EDA through detailed and specific MOUs with the town, county, restaurant, and permanent retail spaces. The EDA would manage the real estate property and collect all related rents and fees. The EDA would also enter into a master agreement with the developer to establish performance criteria and codify all relationships. Both the town and county agreed to contribute the $1.4 million as a substantial means of support for both the dedicated farmers and the fearless entrepreneurs that make up part of the backbone of this community. The developer of the Grange at 10 Main is donating the land and $1 million toward the construction of the market as well. The main indoor-outdoor building of the market would house 24 vendor spaces, a market manager's office and storage with additional covered spaces, and a plethora of pop-up outdoor flex spaces for vendors, including all of the green space just behind the market. As of this point in the planning process, the market would be attached to a restaurant and rooftop bar, and several permanent store spaces would be housed at the other end of the market facility. In anticipation of potential approval of the development, talks have been initiated with interested current and former farmers market vendors, as well as local businesses who want or need to expand if the project comes to fruition. Public market restrooms would be shared with the restaurant. A standard industry common area maintenance fee would be charged to the restaurant and permanent shop vendors to maintain the space and surrounding sidewalks and dumpster areas. The market would also be able to offer expanded days, as well as providing a venue for other events and programming, both of which would generate additional revenue. And as highlighted in an array of market studies, investment in a public programmed market is one of the best ways to attract and keep private merchant investors in a downtown. The market will be programmed continuously with both large events and small happenings to ensure there is always something going on at the public market, and that it remains an active center of town both for the residents and for the visitors who bring new money into our community. Thank you for your attention, and I stand ready and willing to support the decision that this council will make this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Next on the agenda is a briefing by Board of Supervisors Member Dick Rice, Town of Smithfield, District 1. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Well, I'm going to sell tickets to my next speech. Good evening. Since we haven't met since May the 2nd, I will report on 2 work sessions and 2 regular meetings your county board held. At the June 1st work session, we held a public hearing, atypical of one of our work sessions, but rather important enough to have it. And it had public input on the county's intention of lowering the real estate tax rate from 85 to 71 cents per thousand of assessed value. Surprisingly, there was a very light turnout for that hearing. We had 3 people. After hearing from the public and following additional board discussion, the new rate was approved. We also heard discussion on a proposed change to our weapons discharge ordinance, RVs being used as secondary residence in residential zones, and after approving Mr. Dowding Windsor as a final at-large member of the Energy Task Force, we put the task force to work. After hearing a special presentation from Dominions on their smart meter program at a regular meeting on June the 15th, we had 7 public hearings. Topics included the county's and VDOT's 6-year plan for secondary roads, zoning and plat adjustments, construction violations, and the sitting agreement with Prairie Solar Project. Action taken by the board, 6 approved, 1 set aside. Later, the Prairie Solar Project's conditional use application was also approved, as well as the water agreement between the county and Smithfield. The board had instructed the county attorney earlier in the year to notify Camp Community College that the lease agreement on the space above the Smithfield Library would not be renewed past the June 30th, 2024 expiration. Camp petitioned the board for a meeting to discuss the termination letter. One such meeting has since occurred, and an additional meeting is planned for September in a joint session with our school board. Finally, the board passed 2 ordinance variance requests by the Riverside Hospital folks, thus keeping the project moving forward. By the July work session, both the July work session and regular meeting were held back-to-back on July the 13th. At the work session, we provided updates on a test program between the county and community HOAs to address stormwater issues, BMPs, etc. We also had a broadband and economic development project progress status report and a report from the CIP committee on current capital plans through 2025. Following the CIP plan, the current plan provides capital funding through the end of the calendar year 2024. Additional funds may be needed for another school replacement and other capital equipment in 2025. At the regular meeting that followed, the board was briefed on the corrective action being taken on the county's curbside waste pickup. This was followed by 2 public hearings, a zoning amendment application, and the sale of property on James Street here in Smithfield. Both were approved. The board reviewed and updated its legislative priority request for the state's January 24th legislative session. And to close, the board approved a zoning application advancing the sale of an EDA-managed property on Route 258 south of Windsor for a 130,000 square foot distribution center and approximately 60 jobs. So our business community is growing. By the way, this is the same land a few years ago we were going to build a DJJ facility on, which didn't occur. I would like to notify the county that there are 4 council meetings left between now and the end of the year, and that I will be unable to make one of those, so I'll be at 3. I'm going to be out of the country, assuming that I can get my passport approved and accepted by a foreign country in October, so I won't be making that meeting. Randy will probably be here for that. And that there are 152 days, 5 hours, and 13 minutes to the end of this year. But who's counting? And are there any questions or concerns that you have for me?
Any questions of Mr. Grice? Mr. Pack?
Just one, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Grice, you should see coming before the Board of Supervisors shortly a request from the town of Smithfield that started our planning commission that the property that the county owns with the YMCA and the ball fields that surround it is currently zoned downtown neighborhood residential. The request from the council and the planning commission is that you ask for that property to be rezoned CC, community conservation, so that in the future, if that property were ever sold, it would have to go through a rezoning. It is our wish in our future land use that it stays Parks and Recreation, and community conservation is our closest to it. So when that does come before you, I simply ask that you give it thorough thought, and a positive vote would be appreciated, certainly by me. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
When I see that on the agenda, and I usually get that the Friday before the regular meeting or the work session, I'll give you a call and make sure that I'm understand it fully.
Yes, sir.
What you're
Absolutely.
looking for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions? We do appreciate you coming down, keeping us informed as far as what's going on in the county. It's just not one of those exercises we go through. It's very, very helpful to us, and we look forward to continue good working relationship with the county for sure. And you're a good part of that cog, and we appreciate it.
And I'm going to stay for the public hearing. But I'll be
I
here
saw
as a-
that.
But I'll be sitting here as a citizen.
I don't know if that's a threat, a promise, or what, but anyway. The next item is council comments. Members of council have any comments they'd like to make?
Mayor, if I might, is Mr. Nolan here with the high school? I believe
Yes,
he would like
he
to
is.
come up and
Coach, come on up.
speak to council.
Floor was yours, sir. Get you a few extra steps in today.
Thank you. Thank you all. Chris Nolan, I'm the head baseball coach at Smithfield High School. Is Amy here?
I am.
Could you come out here, please? On behalf of the baseball team, we want to present Amy and the Department of Parks and Recreation, the town council, and everyone this plaque saying thank you so much for the support for the baseball team. Your participation has helped make our season successful. We look forward to working with you again next year. Sincerely, the SHS baseball team. We had the most outstanding season in the history of the baseball program at Smithfield High School, and we couldn't have done it without the partnership with the town, Parks and Recreation, Luter Field. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
This belongs to Chris Hewitt and Steve Clark and Kit Bowden and Kyle Warren, the guys who make those baseball fields look amazing. Thank you, guys. Steve Clark's right here doing AV for us tonight.
Thank you, Coach, and we really appreciate you coming. And again, on behalf of the town of Smithfield, to the Smithfield Packers, congratulations on a well-done season. It was really, really good. We finished runner-up in the state, correct? Yes, sir. Great job. Thank you very much. Next item is consent agenda items. First one, item C1, Ms. Renee Roundtree.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're bringing today the motion to approve the amended fee structure for the Smithfield Center.
Item C2, Chair Wayne Hall.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution to approve street closure request for Autumn Vintage Market, Public Safety Committee. Myself as chair.
Thank you. Item C3, Vice Mayor Butler.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the town manager to write a letter to Isle of Wight County in reference to the conversation that Councilman Pack just had with Board of Supervisor Dick Grice.
Okay, we're going to take that in block as far as the consent agenda is concerned. That'll be fine. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, next one is C4. Vice Mayor Butler, again, please.
In our work session on last week, we discussed updating the guidelines for the historic district. I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended agreement for the historic district guidelines and interest corridor overlay.
Thank you, ma'am. Item C5, which are invoices over $20,000 requiring council authorization. Mr. Pack, you gonna handle that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We have several invoices over in excess of $20,000 which require authorization this evening. The first is to Lewis Construction of Virginia, work done on Talbot Drive on July the 5th, $47,641. To All First LLC, install a bypass pump at Bradford Muse, $35,000. Again, to All First to relocate a wastewater pump station and an SCADA system test to Wilson Water Tower, $99,065. We have a new truck that was budgeted for public works, so we owe Blake Ford $60,406. We do have possession of that vehicle now. Community Electric for installation of LED streetlights at our request, $37,724.74. Work done here by Colonial Web Contractors on the Smithfield Center, $24,146. We have a payment on our VACCon truck to Santander Bank, $99,349.81. And then to our park building maintenance finally to Kimley Horn, $20,520. It is our recommendation, Mr. Mayor, that these invoices are approved this evening.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion made by Mr. Pack. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Hall. Further discussion? Call the question, please, ma'am.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Pack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Mayor Bowman?
Yes. And I believe, Mr. Pack, just to move around on the agenda a little bit, you had some, a request under old business?
Yes, sir.
Under 4B?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't know we were going to do this right now. Old business, 4B, we have a motion to award a landscaping services contract, and 4A to motion to award the mowing services contract, so 4A and 4B. I'm going to ask that we table that for this evening and bring this back next month. We have some revised proposals coming back that I think this council will be very excited to see. Mr. Stalin should have gotten an email this afternoon making some of these changes that will be very good for the council. I'm asking that we table 4A and 4B. I'm making a motion that we move table 4A and 4B.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Pack to table 4A, 4B, seconded by Mr. Smith. Further discussion? Call the question, please, ma'am.
Mr. Pack?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hall? Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mayor Bowman?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is public hearing, the Grange at 10. Ladies and gentlemen, I've explained before, but I'll explain again exactly how this hearing is going to be conducted. First, we will hear from Ms. Tammy Clary, who's the Director of Planning She will give us an overlay. After that, we will hear from the developer. The developer will be afforded 30 minutes, and a hard 30 minutes, to provide their presentation. After that, we will have the public hearing. Each person that signed up in the sheet, and I will call in order that you signed up, will be afforded 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, to provide your comment. We look forward to that. After that, the developer will receive another 15 minutes for rebuttal of what came up during the course of that. Then after that, Tammy Clary will then introduce the items upon which the council will have to take under consideration this evening, and we will then have discussion, motion, and vote on those items that are before us. So that's the way it's going to be. It's going to be straightforward. We're going to keep to the time. If Mr. Riddick says the time is up, please adhere to that. I know I've got 38 people at 5 minutes apiece, so that's a good period of time. So please be conscious of your neighbor as we go through this process. So with that, Ms. Clary?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If I may. As I've said since the very beginning of this project, I have a true conflict of interest as I hope to be a part of it if it is ultimately approved. With that, I'm going to recuse myself, and in recusing myself, I will be leaving the building so there is no improper conflict. So thank you.
Thank you
Just
for
wanna be
being
clear.
here tonight, Mr. Pack. You wait till Mr. Pack departs, and I'll tell you when we'll start. Proceed, please, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. The applicant is proposing to construct 304 total units. There will be 5 cottage short-term rentals.
Tammy, before not to interrupt, you have to get closer to that microphone. We've got a speaker in the back. I want to make sure everybody, can y'all hear it back in the back? Okay, that's,
The applicant is
There
proposing
you
to
go.
construct 304 total units. There will be 5 cottages short-term rentals, 34 55-foot wide duplex unit lots, 14 60-foot wide single-family dwelling unit lots, and 39 65-foot wide single-family dwelling unit lots, and additionally 212 apartments. The proposed development will not be age restricted and will be privately regulated and maintained by an owners association. Amenities include on-site parking, pedestrian and bicycle paths, sidewalks, public streets, private travel, street lighting, waste receptacles, pedestrian benches, bike racks, 2 clubhouses, 2 swimming pools, stormwater retention, landscaping, water, sewer, and approximately 12 acres of open space in the form of community gardens, parks, future recreation, fitness, pickleball courts, dog parks, trails, and a village green. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. This project is also going to include a 2-story Smithfield market, which can be seen on the following slide, right here. The market will host at least 1 restaurant, retail space, and several vendor spaces. The Smithfield Market is expected to be sold to the public sector Isle of Wight County Economic Development Authority. The 3-story hotel, not to exceed 42 feet in height, will have proposed retail space and restaurant space. There will also be a 1-story retail building, 2-story professional office, and a 1-story medical office building. Additional improvements include 2 parking areas near the market, the Christian Outreach Building, and the Schoolhouse Museum. The proposed development can be accessed via 5 entrances, 1 on the future extension of James Street, 1 on the extension of Grace Street, 2 off of Main Street, and a right-in only off of Route 10. Next slide, please. Following the site-specific nature of the PMUD application, they have crafted their application package to include the following. The first is a rezoning, which is a conditional official zoning map amendment. The desired use for the property would be classified as a single-family detached dwellings, duplex residential dwellings, and a mix of residential dwelling types as set forth above. It will also include community buildings, swimming pools, quasi-public parks, fields, and recreational facilities, eating establishments, hotels, offices, medical offices, and retail sales. All of these are permitted uses in Article 3J2B of the Planned Mixed-Use Development District. The applicants are also proposing multifamily residential dwellings. These are permitted in the PMUD zoning district, but only after they acquire a special use permit. The second is a comprehensive plan amendment, which is a future land use amendment. This is the town's most essential publication. It's the town's comprehensive plan, specifically the future land use map. The near entirety of the parcel is located in the commercial mixed use designation. This is 9 parcels, all of which make up almost the majority of the proposed site. One remaining parcel is designated as the Historic District Residential, which is this one parcel right up here. The remaining smaller 10 parcels are designated as Historic District Mixed Use, which would be the purple ones down closer to Main Street. Next slide, please. The first special use permit, this is for multifamily residential dwellings in accordance with Article 3J2C1. This would be for the 212 apartments. They will be located on the east side of the property, close to Route 10. They are comprised of 5 3-story buildings and 2 4-story buildings. 3 of the 5 3-story buildings are 15 carriage houses over garages. These proposed multifamily buildings will feature a maximum height of 52 feet for the 4-story buildings and 39 feet for the 3-story buildings. Accompanying this multifamily residential development will be a 2-story clubhouse with a pool and a dog park. Next slide, please. The second special use permit is for a waiver of maximum density. The applicant is seeking an SUP for a waiver of maximum density. According to Article 3J2D, the maximum density allowed, it would be 12 dwelling units per net developable acre. Next slide, please. The applicants are proposing a density of 27.5 dwelling units per net developable acre for the multifamily dwellings. Next slide, please. The overall density for the entire project is 7.9 dwelling units per acre, including the single-family and duplex units. Isolated, the single-family and duplex dwellings are at 3.4 dwelling units per net developable acre. Article 3J2D does allow for 8 dwelling units per acre for attached dwellings and 5 dwelling units per acre for detached dwellings. The third special use permit is for a waiver of parking and loading. Article 8E29 requires a minimum of 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit plus 1 visitor space for every 3 units for multifamily dwellings. Article 8B4 requires off-street parking to be located on the same lot. The applicants are providing 2 parking spaces per unit for the multifamily dwellings, which would be 424 spaces, instead of the required 495 parking spaces. The applicants are also proposing a shared parking agreement for the development, which does include the off-street parking. Finally, the applicant is seeking relief from Article 8B17 and 8F1E. This is to allow off-street loading spaces to also count towards required parking spaces. The remaining parking spaces for the restaurant, retail, office, hotel, Smithfield Market, and medical office are in conformance with the zoning requirements. The fourth special use permit is a waiver of yard requirements. This is for relief from the required yard setbacks. Article 3J2F2B requires the following yard setbacks for commercial. It would be a 40-foot front yard setback, a 20-foot side yard setback, and a 20-foot rear yard setback. The applicants are proposing 0 front yard setback, a 10 side yard setback, and a 20 rear yard setback for the commercial setbacks. Therefore, they're seeking a reduction of 40 feet for the commercial front yard setback and a reduction of 10 feet for the commercial side yard setback. Article 3J2F2B requires the following yard setbacks for residential: a 35-foot front yard setback, a 15-foot side yard setback, and a 35-foot rear yard setback. The applicants are proposing the following residential yard setbacks: a front yard of 14, a side yard of 10, and a rear yard of 25. Therefore, the applicants are seeking a reduction of 21 feet for the residential front yard, a reduction of 5 feet for the residential side yard setback, and a reduction of 10 feet for the residential rear yard setback. Additionally, the applicants are seeking a reduction in the required front yard setback for the multifamily dwellings of 25 feet, allowing for a front yard setback of 10 feet. Finally, the applicants are requesting a waiver of the yard requirements in accordance with the Smithfield zoning ordinance, Article 3J2C20. This is to allow a smaller setback requirement when the property is contiguous to a separate zoning district. This would be the downtown for the two properties of the Schoolhouse Museum along Main Street. A fifth special use permit is requested for short-term rentals. This would be to allow 5 short-term rental units. Each unit is a single detached, single-family dwelling that will be utilized as a rental property. The sixth special use permit is for a waiver of maximum building height. The applicants are seeking a waiver of building height in accordance with the Smithfield zoning ordinance, Article 3J2C24. This would be for the 2 4-story multifamily apartments and the 5 3-story multifamily apartment buildings. And then also for the hotel. The 2 4-story multifamily buildings will not exceed 52 feet in height. And the 5 3-story multifamily buildings will not exceed 39 feet in height. Next slide, please. Thank you. And the hotel will not exceed 42 feet in height. The remaining buildings, including the farmers market, retail, office, medical office, will not exceed 35 feet in height. Next slide, please. And just to demonstrate, we have an image up there of the historic district. This is our historic preservation overlay map. So you do see where this rear section is not included in the historic district. The applicants have proffered in their proffer statement to abide by the historic district guidelines for the entire development as a whole. This application has resulted in requests for comments from several agencies and entities outside of the Smithfield Community Development and Planning Department. You do have those enclosures which follow the staff report. This application appeared on the Planning Commission agenda as a public hearing item on Tuesday, May 9th, and as a discussion item at the Wednesday, May 24th special Planning Commission meeting. At the Tuesday, June 13th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission had the following recommendations. 1, favorably recommended approval of the conditional official zoning map amendment, the rezoning application to Town Council. Favorably recommended approval of the request for the comprehensive plan amendment, future land use map to Town Council. Favorably recommended the first special use permit request to allow multifamily residential dwellings in the development with the condition that the buildings do not exceed a height of 46.5 feet for the 4-story buildings and 39 feet for the 3-story buildings to Town Council. Favorably recommend the second special use permit request to allow a waiver of maximum density to allow not more than 27.5 dwelling units per net developable acre for the multifamily, with the overall development containing 7.9 dwelling units. Recommend denial of the third special use permit for a waiver of maximum building height. Favorably recommended the fourth special use permit for a waiver of parking and loading requirements. And favorably recommended the fifth special use permit for a waiver of yard requirements. And favorably recommended the sixth special use permit to allow 5 short-term rental units. At the Tuesday, July 11th Planning Commission meeting, Dr. Pope expressed clarification on his motion to recommend denial of the special use permit for the waiver of maximum building height. He stated that he was in support of the hotel and 3-story buildings, and it was his intention to deny the height request for the 4-story building. Please keep in mind, based on the comments received and in accordance with the documentary study, town staff do suggest an archaeological monitoring of the ground disturbance during development. Comments received from Isle of Wight County Schools state that they do anticipate a budgetary impact from the additional students generated. This is in enclosure 2. The Commissioner of Revenue's office stated the project will have an overall positive financial impact on the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight County, enclosure 3. Isle of Wight County Planning Department's model shows the proposed development decreasing existing level of services, enclosure 4. Isle of Wight County Museum highly recommends a Phase 1 archaeological survey. VDOT does not require any additional submittals addressing their comments, enclosure 6. And the Smithfield Police Department would like to see consideration given to law enforcement, enclosure 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. Did any member of council have a question for Ms. Clary before we go further? Any questions? I think you will note that the one item that was recommended for denial is in a different order than what we have tonight, and you can explain that when the appropriate time comes. It's just a little inverted or whatever, but anyway, it's the same thing, it's just in a different location. No questions. Thank you. As we used to say, is the applicant present or represented? State your name for the record, your address, and who you represent, please.
My name is Joe Luter IV. I reside at 19259 Farm Road, Smithfield, Virginia, and I represent LSMP, the LLC behind this project, which is wholly owned by my father, Joseph Luter III.
Thank you, sir. Proceed, and Mr. Riddick, 30 minutes starts.
Mayor Bowman and members of the town council, I said this, but good evening. My name is Joe Luter IV, and I reside at 19259 Farm Road. I'm the lead developer of the Grange at 10 Main, but I have hired and engaged a group of experienced professionals in the land planning, architectural, and development business since this project started nearly 3 years ago. Of great importance was to have a team that understood and could help us plan a mixed-use development that provides modern-day amenities but extends the character and architectural beauty of historic downtown Smithfield, from Main and Grace Streets to Highway 10 bypass. I am confident that our plan will accomplish these objectives and will meet the needs and vision set forth by the Smithfield 2022 Comprehensive Plan. With me tonight are John Gibson, Bruce Berlin, and Tip Brown from Venture Realty Group, Melissa Venable from Land Planning Solutions, Duff Cleaver from Cox Cleaver Architects, Brian Rowe from Weldonfield Rowe, the residential builder, and Karen McPherson, our traffic consultant. I have a long history with both John Gibson and Duff Cleaver and feel fortunate to have a great team behind me. These individuals will share information about their respective companies and will present or be available to answer questions. Not with us tonight is my father, who's the owner of the property and a visionary. No one loves the town of Smithfield and has done more for the town of Smithfield than Joe Luter III. This could be one of the 2 last significant contributions to Smithfield, one of his last 2 contributions to Smithfield, and perhaps the most important. My father is 84 and can't travel as he once did, but he remains very attached to his hometown and thinks the Grange will provide needed amenities and housing options for employees of Smithfield Foods, Riverside Hospital, and others, and that it will bring life and beauty to the western entrance of downtown for the benefit of local citizens and visitors. Our family feels a deep responsibility to do all we can to keep Smithfield Foods in the town of Smithfield. We hope you feel the same way. One doesn't have to look far to see what happens when a town loses a major corporation and employer. Also not in attendance are Kevin Clark and his team from Historical Concepts. They are an Atlanta-based firm that specializes in designing new projects in older historical towns. They were instrumental in helping us with the initial land plan, and you will hear from both my father, Kevin, and his team as part of a short video momentarily. Upon completion of their assignment, we decided to go local with our architectural design, engineering, and development team, as they have prior experience working with town, county, and state officials. Tip.
Smithfield has always been a special place for me. Smithfield was blessed and it had the Pagan River running right through the town. We have lots of old homes that were built in the 1700s. Most places don't have this.
It's kind of like walking back in time, in a way. And in an area like Hampton Roads, it's hard to find that.
It's a very friendly, open, welcoming atmosphere. It's just a very comfortable place to be. It really is.
When you're walking down the street, people actually look at each other.
We are very fortunate here in Smithfield that we are already charming. Whatever your spice of life, you can find it already in this town, but not to say we couldn't have some more.
My father loves this town, and he's had the opportunity to share some of his experiences by creating special places in his hometown.
The Luter family has changed Smithfield. Smithfield Foods and their involvement from Windsor Castle Park to the ball fields, it's made Smithfield what it is. Hands down, we would not be where we are today without them.
We have 53 acres of land. That's a 5-minute walk right to the heart of town.
I think it's a highly desirable 50-some acre project, mixed-use project that will endure the test of time.
Its location is important, but having a really powerful vision that can inspire people is important, and then also have a design team and an operation team that can actually execute on the vision.
The park that we've just started sketching on, and the idea that the town center and the farmers market are sort of speaking opposite to each other, really just excited and can already kind of miniaturize yourself and put yourself in a plan and walk around.
I think the town center is the straw that stirs the drink. It is going to be the engagement piece.
Development does not mean the death of our wonderful community or town. It means that we have it grow in a way that is thoughtful.
How do you live in a community for 40 years and not be interested in its development? Everybody ought to have a vision for their own community.
The opportunity to work with a family who has a vision like that, along with a blue chip team, those don't come along very often.
Well, I think the great thing about the place, it can be used for so many different things. Everything from, a kid playing soccer with his dad, to a formal wedding, to high school graduations, to major concerts.
This is a major economical impact for the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight County. This is a plus. This is a win-win for everybody.
For the millennials that are moving in, for the boomers that want to stay, I'm excited about that growth that can be done in a very productive and a very wonderful way that makes Smithfield what Smithfield is.
This project, as we activate it, will energize and excite, given all the amenities that are already in place as well as will be added.
I see possibilities, and the people in Smithfield want to remain a small, unique community. Try to leave the world a little better than you found it.
That video was done in March of 2021. Obviously, some things have changed. The plan has changed countless times since the project started, and some of what you saw there might not be relative specifically, but the overall concept very relevant to the project. We're now going to share the components of the plan and the importance of each. We hope that you see the value, quality, and benefit of the Grange at 10 Main, and will approve our rezoning request along with the 8 variances we are seeking. We understand that BHAR must review and approve all architectural plans. We look forward to collaborating with them to ensure the project meets their standards. I'd like to emphasize that we started this project collaboratively, working with and seeking feedback from town officials, business leaders, and interested citizens. We've modified this plan countless times based upon the feedback we received. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration. We look forward to your feedback and questions. So I want to talk a little bit, my father shared a little bit in his comments, but the whole genesis behind the Grange was to take a dilapidated supermarket and site that it's at the western entrance of town and bring it to life. And when all of this started, you know, my father was aware that Smithfield Foods had chosen to put some 400 jobs in North Suffolk because they didn't have the space in the town of Smithfield, nor did many of their employees want to live in the town of Smithfield because it doesn't have the amenities and the variety of housing that that workforce seeks. So that's the genesis of why my father bought the property and we started down this path. Next. I will not read all of this. You will receive a copy of this afterwards, but October 2020, the property was purchased. We engaged Historical Concepts and Venture Realty Group 2 months later. We engaged Cox Cleaver in July of 2021. We entered into an agreement with Brian Rowe in April of 2022, purchase and sale agreement to be the builder and developer for the single-family homes. You can see through this list, we've done all of the necessary studies from the grave study and a second radar penetrating study for grave site to all the environmental through a number of planning commission meetings to where we are today. So nearly 3 years since this project started. Next. Judy Winslow did a wonderful job talking about the market. I think it's important to say that, again, we collaborated with Judy and her team, and we were fortunate to have Duff Cleaver as part of this because Duff runs the Virginia Beach Farmers Market. So he's a wealth of knowledge, and he and Judy talked, and the plan that was put together and ultimately in front of you is a collaboration of a lot of years of experience and talent. As was discussed, it will include multiple restaurants. We envision a variety of cuisine, local shops, and community gatherings and event space within the market. Next. Of equal importance, I think, is the market green. It's the land immediately adjacent to the market that we see as a tremendous opportunity for families to spend time, whether it's picnics, yoga, frisbee, pickup sports, outdoor concerts on occasion. It can be used for a variety of things. It's a big, vast, open green space. If the farmer's market grows and has overflow needs, we have plenty of space to accommodate that as we look well into the future. Next. In addition to the market green, we have programmed in pickleball courts, one of the fastest growing sports in the country, walking trails. We've got parks, benches, dog park, 2 clubhouses and pools, and again, the whole vision behind this property is to create connectivity to the existing downtown area. I can't emphasize the importance of this. The other thing is, people that know my father, he absolutely loves trees. This project is going to be heavily landscaped throughout to ensure that it's done first class. Next. Mention was made of accommodations. Again, we've programmed in both a hotel and 5 cottages for short-term rental. We think that the variety is important. We see this appealing to corporations. We see it appealing to the town center. I know that Amy can't book some of the events that she would like to book because there's not enough hotel space in town. The ball fields, we have out-of-town baseball teams coming to town from time to time, and great recognition earlier with Smithfield's baseball team. We see those people using both the cottages and hotel rooms. Both of these are inspirational imagery only. We have not gotten into any detailed design yet for hotels or cottages. Next. Single-family homes. Again, what we envision here is simply an extension of what's already in downtown Smithfield. They're going to match the charm, character, and quality of existing homes in the district, and this is just an example of what we envision them looking like. Next. Here's some renderings of what those houses could look like. Again, we think that's very much in keeping with what is already there. Next. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Duff Cleaver because I want him to walk you all through the apartments.
You state your name for the record, please, sir.
Good evening. I'm Duff Cleaver, president of Cox Cleaver and Company Architects of Virginia Beach. I reside at 205 77th Street, Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Thank you, sir. Proceed.
My firm is well known in 7 states for its multifamily housing design, new projects of every level, historic, traditional and contemporary, as well as rehabilitation of existing apartment complexes. We've also done a certain amount of work in Smithfield. I'm proud to say that when the Luter family built the corporate headquarters over on the river, we were the interior design architects for that building. So it's nice to be back in Smithfield working again. What I want to speak about this evening has to do with the character and the scale and the appearance of the multifamily, the apartment complex section of the building. There seems to have been a focus on the 3 versus 4-story apartment buildings, and yet the key element to remember is not so much the height of them as the design that makes everything work together in this traditional neighborhood development. The 3-story building maximum height, and that's the building you're looking at here, peaks at 47 feet 10 inches. The 4-story maximum building height, which you're seeing here, peaks at 50 feet, 0 inches. Both of these numbers are below the 52 feet maximum building height request in our application, which we used in the event that we must account for possible requested detail changes in the building design or minor topography changes over the length of the building that might affect overall height. But what's significant is that the height difference between the 2 building types is only 2 feet 2 inches, or 26 inches. This was accomplished in the 4-story buildings through the use of flat roofs and parapets, which is also an architectural precedent found in many well-known historic towns the size of Smithfield, Charleston, South Carolina certainly being among them. And it makes the overall height of these buildings lower. Now let's look at the design quality of the proposed buildings. They're not common in Isle of Wight or even in many parts of southeastern Virginia. Indeed, this project ranks among those of the highest design quality we've completed in the region, in great part due to the details that the Luter family and Venture Realty Group have enabled us to include. The look of the building exteriors is also widely varied and also based upon well-known architectural precedents in historic towns like Smithfield. This variety of architectural style, finishes, and heights allows us to provide more of an old town home community look that has been mandated from the beginning of the project by everyone involved. One would not imagine looking at them casually that they're actually single buildings. The 2 4-story buildings also enable fewer total buildings on the site, i.e. 5 3- and 4-story versus 6 3-story buildings. The full-depth ground floor lobby also enables access from both sides of each building. They're more of a backdrop also, because the 4-story buildings only occur all the way up against the Route 10 bypass, and they are set against a tree line that is actually taller than they are. So they're really more of a backdrop for the tree line. Inside, elevators, interior corridors, which are part of the high quality of the building design, provide residents entry safety and convenience, whether it's single women, families with young children, or the elderly that might struggle with open stairwells and balconies. The full-depth lobby, as I said, allows entry from both sides of the building, and the lobbies include mailboxes for those residents only, another security measure. The proposed building mix also allows us to provide all of the additional amenities, including generous green space and a full-service family-oriented 2-story clubhouse for the multifamily portion of the project, with as much as 5,000 square feet of activity space per floor, and a demonstration kitchen, a full-service fitness center, a generous outdoor swimming pool environment. It'll be the heart of the apartment community. And while it's important to emphasize that each product in town stands on its own, note that the Smithfield Foods corporate headquarters building is 67 feet in height, as will be the new Riverside Hospital building. The design you see here this evening has already gone through more than a dozen revisions and refinements, and we look forward to working with everyone involved to further fine-tune it. And we're looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of council, I'm John Gibson from Virginia Beach, Virginia, 1225 North Bayshore Road. As you previously heard in the video, my involvement in the Grange at 10 Main dates back some 3 years. However, my family's relationship with the Luter family goes back at least 50 years. Joe III and my late father, Jack, were business associates and great friends.
10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes.
That relationship continues today with my friendship with Joe IV and Joe III. The Luters asked my firm to assist with the development of the Grange, and we gladly jumped at the chance. My firm, Venture Realty Group, is a Virginia Beach-based real estate firm consisting of the members of Ellis Gibson Development and Commercial Real Estate Services. Proud to introduce my partners here tonight, Tip Brown and Bruce Berlin. Together, we've developed more than $1 billion at value of real estate, including the ownership of more than 1,000 luxury apartment top-notch homes. Our resume includes award-winning projects such as Red Mill Commons, the Marketplace at Hilltop, the Anthem National Support Centers, the Venture Apartments in Tech Center, the Ellipse Apartments in Hampton, the Crossings at Red Mill, the Edinburgh Commons in Chesapeake, the Cost Plus World Market Facility here in Isle of Wight, and many more, including Atlantic Park, with Pharrell Williams now under construction in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Tonight, we would like to call the public's attention to a variety of projects beautifully executed by the Luter family. To underscore their extraordinary commitment to philanthropy, I invite you to imagine what Smithfield would be without the Luter family. Would downtown have its charm and character without the support of the Luters? Would Windsor Castle Park even exist without the Luters? How about the Luter Sports Complex? How about the Luter YMCA? How about the corporate offices of Smithfield Foods? The obvious answer to each and every question is that the Luter projects are quite extraordinary, and each exist only because of the Luter family's support. Joe III's commitment to Smithfield is remarkable. His George Bailey approach ensured Smithfield did not become Potterville, as depicted in Frank Capra's 1946 classic movie, It's a Wonderful Life. Now let's take a minute to review the proposed Luter philanthropy related specifically to the grain. The Luters will contribute $1,100,000 in cash in donations, inclusive of a new fire truck courtesy of Joe IV. Luter land contributions will be made, which are currently valued at $1.459 million. That grand total is $2.659 million. Rather extraordinary, don't you think? By the way, the aforementioned does not include Mr. Luter's $1 million donation to the United Methodist Church, nor does it include his recent $1 million donation to the Smithfield Riverside Hospital. Further, Joe 3 has stated he intends to donate any profit he receives from his share of the Grange back to the town. Joe 3, if you're listening, I'd love to get on your list. Regarding the Grange's fiscal impact, Ted Figura Consulting opined that the net benefit to cost benefit ratio is a handsome 2.27 times for the county and a very sporty 4.34 times for the town. I emphasize this is the net benefit after factoring all public costs, including fire, safety, transportation, and of course, education. Now that truly is extraordinary. What's not in the monetary contributions of the Grange are the incremental costs that the looters will incur to ensure that this project is of the highest quality. So much of what is developed around Tidewater today is focused only on the bottom line, failing to respect quality. As Planning Commission Chairman Bryan stated, the property will be developed at some point. The town is better off to have the Luter family develop it. Their love for and commitment to the town of Smithfield cannot be matched. Ladies and gentlemen, my family enjoys spending a considerable amount of time in Smithfield every year, thanks to Joe 4. We understand the town's character and charm, and that character and charm is at the very foundation of the master plan before you tonight. On behalf of my late father, my family, and Venture Realty, it is our honor to support the Luter family in their continued commitment to quality projects augmented by generous philanthropy. The town of Smithfield is the ultimate and intended beneficiary. We hope you support the Luter's vision before you tonight. Vote for the Grange at 10 Main. Thank you. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Bowman, we had to do a little improvisation because of the 30-minute hard stop. I did not realize that we had that in advance. We went out of sequence. Due to the 30-minute hard stop, we will have a second presentation when we have our 15 minutes to share with you. Again, didn't go exactly as we thought, but we weren't aware of the hard 30 minutes. So at this point, we'll.
How much time do you have?
5 minutes.
You have 5 minutes if you.
All right. Again, back to sequence, but I don't think she'll need a little more than 5 minutes.
I will, but I think it's important. My name is Melissa Venable. I am the owner of Land Planning Solutions, 5857 Harborview Boulevard in Suffolk, Virginia. Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, and staff. Thank you so much for hearing us this evening. I wanted to put this slide up very specifically because we've heard a lot about the Historic Concepts Plan, and this is the comparison of that plan from April 2021 to our current conceptual plan. And you can see, if you squint your eyes, it's pretty darn similar. The parts and pieces are in similar places. The reason that this plan changed was when we jumped in, the first thing that we needed to do is our due diligence. After collecting Phase 1 environmental and historic data, we engaged VDOT through McPherson Consulting. It quickly became evident that the road design that the original concept had, and I will point this out to you, is very specifically, this road here was absolutely not acceptable to VDOT. It was too close to the intersection of Route 10. So that and some other considerations, for instance, the intersection of Church Manor Trail and Gray Street needed to be considered. A great benefit that came from working with VDOT is that they were in support of the direct access from Route 10 bypass. Another change you'll notice between the two plans is the proposed Smithfield Center. Initially, there was some thought of potentially moving Smithfield Center to this site, but that idea was withdrawn. The historic concept vision is intact with some minor modifications that were necessary for traffic. Further, the plan proposed is in line with the comprehensive plan providing a place downtown for controlled growth and walkability, and I quote from the comprehensive plan, attracting high-quality development that fosters a strong local economy with an emphasis on small businesses for both retail and restaurants. Without this phased master plan, my fear is that more strip centers will come to Isle of Wight, pulling growth away from downtown Smithfield, as opposed to planning for controlled growth in downtown. In January, we presented this plan to stakeholders at meetings we held at Main Street Baptist Church. The meetings were well attended and we followed up in February with a secondary meeting, and I was allowed to sit down with the Schoolhouse Museum Board of Directors. After hearing clearly that the Schoolhouse Museum location need not change, we went back to the drawing board. Keeping the Schoolhouse Museum in its current location allows the museum to be a clear focal point along Main Street, and this was a priority. This also allows us to provide a permanent parking space or permanent parking spaces to the Schoolhouse Museum, and it allows for the adjacent proposed building to potentially support the Schoolhouse Museum. So if you go tip to the next plan, you'll see where we had retail, we have retail buildings, go back one tip, thanks. Retail buildings real close to the Schoolhouse Museum because it was important that the museum had some facilities nearby for both employees and visitors alike. The new plan that you see here was presented to the Planning Commission, and I'll highlight that Dr. Pope was very strong in the idea that the Smithfield market needed to be emphasized and seen from Main Street. The market is clearly going to be a remarkable place that will extend walkability west along Main Street. After that meeting, we restudied the finances to revise our commercial space. We looked at how we could emphasize the Smithfield market and look at the potential for additional office space and less retail that was out front on Main Street. So the current plan that we have today is what you see here, emphasizes the Smithfield market and gives you a clear view from Main Street. A small one-store retail space remains near the Schoolhouse Museum to allow, thank you, sir, to allow for connectivity from the Schoolhouse Museum to the Smithfield market, and it will also help visually to hide the parking area from Main Street. What else is included along Main Street? I think it's important to take a look at the boutique hotel right along Main Street with a pedestrian ingress egress. We have the Schoolhouse Museum and a lovely park. And I will have to go into further detail on the park and what we're proposing around the park because we've talked about that quite a bit through our many public planning commission hearings. And we have this main entrance, Grange Street, that intersects with Grace. And I think one last thing is we really need to focus on this core area here that is not for the residents of the Grange, but it is being planned and designed for Smithfield and Isle of Wight residents. And I'll stop there and continue as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Venable. Do any members of council have any questions of the development team at this time, based on their presentation, while it's fresh in your mind? Hearing none, we will open the public hearing, and I'll go down the list. The first person to speak is Mr. Henry McBurney. Mr. McBurney, and again, 5 minutes, please.
Henry McBurney, 502 Cranford Road, Smithfield, Virginia. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, members, and general public. My name is Henry McBurney, and I am a come here person, as I suspect many here tonight are also. I first began frequently visiting Isle of Wight County in 1963. My wife and I moved to Morgate's Beach in 1990, and in 2013 moved to Smithfield and contently claimed Smithfield as our hometown. In evaluating the quality of life issues for us relocating here initially some 33 years ago, one factor stood apart from the rest. That was a commitment to Luter family and our corporate good neighbor, Smithfield Foods, demonstrating and giving to this town and region. That was a tipping factor in our decision to call this area home. In our assessment then, a community that has responsible benefactors is a much more desirable place. The contributions the Luter family have made to this region over the ensuing 33 years have certainly validated this decision. Today, you are voting on an application from the Luter family to develop 57 acres of land within the historical district. There are also a variety of waivers their developer has requested for this project to proceed. To that application, I say carpe diem and respectfully request this council approve the Luter application, including granting all waiver requests, as I believe these actions to be in the best interest of our town and region. Who better to develop this property for the sorely needed hotel rooms, residential housing, and additional businesses within the historical district than the Luter family? I look forward to the Grains at 10 Main projects proceeding under the stewardship of the Luter family. The influx of Newtown residents, along with needed hotel rooms, will add vigor, ideas, job opportunities, and tax revenue. A permanent farmers market will become a regional attraction and offer other innovative ways to benefit and enhance our community. Finally, I thank each and every council member for your service and dedication to our town and for the opportunity to address you concerning this important decision. Carpe diem.
Thank you, Mr. McBurney. Renee Bevan. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
State your name and your address, please, ma'am.
My name is Renee Bevan. I live at 101 Beale Avenue in Smithfield.
Proceed.
Mayor Bowman, council. There's no denying that Joe Luter III loves this town. His philanthropic contributions include helping to brick the sidewalks in the 80s and continued with turning the old high school into the Luter Family YMCA, developing Windsor Castle Park, building the Luter Family Sports Complex, and even locating his Fortune 500 company in downtown Smithfield. The Grange plan Joe IV has before Town Council is not a philanthropic endeavor, but mainly a 304-unit housing development, doubling the number of residents in downtown. Town leadership and citizens have had less than 4 months to review, question, and hear concerns regarding the largest, most transformational development in the history of Smithfield. That's just not enough time. The plan in front of you tonight is directly from the developer with no input from our planning staff. The developer indicates that he's been working on the plan and amending the plan for over 3 years. Yet in the candidate forum in October, none of the candidates had seen the plan except the former mayor. It was publicly presented for the first time May 9th, 2023. The developer's plan requires a land use map amendment on a comprehensive plan that is less than 1 year old. Part of the justification approval for Mallory Scott was that our comprehensive plan was over 5 years old and was outdated. That's not the case here. This plan requires 6 special use permits. In the candidate forum held in October, when asked about the process for vetting this project, Mayor Bowman said, and I'm quoting, "As far as vetting is concerned, for this project or any other project, there should be consistency. There should be consistency and compatibility as it relates to our comprehensive plan. A land use map amendment and 6 special use permits is not compatible with our comprehensive plan." The rosy fiscal impact study done for the developer reads like fiction and makes some preposterous assumptions. It also assumes there will be taxpayer subsidies. Our town attorney advised Planning Commission that infrastructure reimbursement is not germane to rezoning. If taxpayer reimbursement is part of the fiscal impact study, I would say it's certainly germane to the rezoning. The town has not had their own fiscal impact study done, nor has our planning staff countered any of the Ted Figura fantasy-like findings. The town did not have their own traffic study done. The traffic study was done by the developer and reviewed by Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn is the former employer of the person who did the traffic study. I would not consider these conclusions impartial. A review is not an analysis. Was the Kimley Horn review part of the package that you were able to review? Did it show recommendations made by Kimley Horn? We, the taxpayers, paid for that review, and it should be part of your package. There are too many open-ended and unanswered questions to approve this plan as presented. It's critical to resolve these questions given the development team's varied interests and the fact that Joe has stated he plans to sell off the land after the phase 1 is complete and the apartments and housing are going to be developed by somebody else. Careful, thoughtful, and thorough review of the Grange will ensure Joe Luter III's legacy for philanthropy, attention to detail, and exemplary design is upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Leah Walker. Ms. Walker, good evening. State your name and where you live, please.
Good evening. My name is Leah Walker, and I live at 303 Red Point Drive in Smithfield.
Thank you.
I'm not against a fully vetted version of this development, but this council does not have the information required to vote yes to any of the applicants' requests before you, whether keeping information from you was by intent or accident. There are two significant issues I'll address. The first is the fiscal impact analysis that's incomplete and not viable. The developer presents positive impact from their paid consultant without any reference to their expectation for reimbursement. Town must insist on full financial impact study, which includes the developer's expectation for infrastructure reimbursement. The town then should have their own financial analysis, not a review, completed of the developer's full financial study, which will give you, town council members, the information needed to know that this will be a positive impact. The Planning Commission was advised by town attorney that infrastructure reimbursement was not relative to their consideration of the rezoning, but the positive fiscal impact prior to reimbursement was appropriate for presentation and discussion. What statute or ordinance supports that advice? The developer's plan for reimbursement is not hypothetical. It was included in the zoning request package sent to the town and county and only obtained from the county by FOIA request from the Smithfield Times. An expected reimbursement has been confirmed by Luder IV multiple times in response to Dr. Pope in the Planning Commission work session and responses to the Smithfield Times. Now it's before you, and you're being told you don't need to consider the fiscal impact. Just vote for the rezoning, and then they'll disclose the expected reimbursement at a later date. Yet you also know that the rezoning triggers the other developers, Venture Realty and Wheeldon Field and Row, financially committing to a development of the single and multifamily housing called Phase 2. They must know that a vote for rezoning with no conditions allows for much leeway on both design and profitability. Second issue, there are no conditions anywhere in these applications that tie the developer, Phase 1 or 2, to the visuals you have seen or the descriptions provided. Words matter. Listen to the language used to describe the development and the imprints on all the visuals you've seen. Inspiration imagery, they're called. Concepts, vision, what we envision. Development similar to this, landscaping, keeping with downtown concept. None of those visions, images, concept, or inspirational imagery have been conditions of these applications' request. From my experience on Isle of Wight Planning Commission, voting yes on this rezoning without conditions on the renderings or concept plan eliminates your ability to ensure this significant development is what you and your citizens envision. Imagine what that could mean. Think Ben's Grant. You don't even have conditions related to basic renderings. The applicant talks about the revisions they've made for months to the renderings. If they don't make the renderings a condition of the rezoning, the original rendering and the revision is worthless, just imaginary. If you think that this development team will work alongside citizens or town council to design and create the concept after it's rezoned, you've not paid attention to this team's interaction with either citizens or the Planning Commission before it was rezoned. The development team references input, often from citizens. Those developers scheduled 2 citizens meetings on one day and invited citizens close to the proposed development to attend. The intent was to answer questions from citizens. Bill Harris, who was invited to one of those meetings, told you in public comments on February 20th.
1 minute remaining.
That the presentation given by Mr. Luder and his organization generated more questions than answered, that most of the questions the citizens had were answered in vague terms or ignored altogether. And the PC Planning Commission work session, designed to be an opportunity to discuss and work with commissioners to address any issues on every viable question: traffic flow at 5,500 additional trips a day, impact on the downtown Smithfield. This development team pushed back. negated the commissioner's concern, argued there wasn't one instance when they even offered him to look into the commissioner's concern. Lastly, the team refers to a farmer's market, a $7.8 million multi-tenant anchor structure to include restaurants and a commercial retail. The farmer market presented this plan will occupy a space in this multi-tenant building and function more like...
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Kiosk vendors and indoor mall. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Laura Fletcher.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman, Vice Mayor Butler, members of the council. My name is Laura Fletcher, and I'm a resident of Isle of Wight County. My family and I reside on the corners of Great Spring and Scotts Factory roads. I'm here because I love our town and Isle of Wight County. I'm trying to age gracefully and not resist change. I'm also trying to increase in my discernment about progress, weighing in the balance that which is too costly and what benefits too few. There are many here tonight that will speak with more knowledge about the plat and the plan of the Grange. I'm concerned about the expense, the funding, and more specifically the public-private partnership that has been dropped rather offhandedly by Mr. Luter, as referenced in a quote from the Smithfield Times. Do you know who's currently utilizing public-private partnerships around the world? The Communist Party of China. Soft communism. PPP is used in China, and it's further impoverishing nations in Africa and across the globe through China's Belt and Road Initiative. Local governments must pay fees or subsidies to private capital as PPP projects implemented over the past 4 years are coming to fruition. The state of things does not bode well for weak economies and small governments. The growth of government revenue is weak, and the ability of local governments to pay their finances and credit is being tested. I understand there are many breaches of contracts and legal disputes on the horizon. Think of our own economy. America is $32 trillion in debt, but they say the true figure is closer to $50 trillion. Just today, a small bank in Kansas with $139 million in investments collapsed. I'm very concerned about the unknowns of public-private partnerships and the additional burden it will place on the taxpayers of Isle of Wight County. In the same Smithfield Times article I referenced earlier, Mr. Luter alluded to the fact that the developer would expect up to as much as 75% of town and county revenues for as many as 7 years to repay him more than $7 million for the investment in infrastructure for the Grange on 10. He came back later and said new estimates are lower, but no specifics. I'm not willing to face what's coming at us economically, the debt we and our children must face, and have that compounded by unwise and unnavigable public-private partnerships. Growth is inevitable, but we can wisely manage that growth for our community. Our nation's debt, our personal debt, cannot be ignored. We must plan for the inevitable economic downturn and not enter into a PPP to fund the Grange. Please carefully consider what's before us before entering into a public-private partnership to fund the developer's opportunity. Economic growth occurs when entrepreneurs, developers, business people risk their own money, not from politicians risking our money, taxpayer dollars, via public-private partnerships. Risk demands attention to detail, personal sacrifice, and risk demands value for time and effort. Risk breeds success. Providing public funds as a safety net for development rarely results in excellence and certainly not thrift. Tax dollars raised on the backs of already burdened citizens to shore up private development does not benefit my family or the families of Isle of Wight County and the town of Smithfield. Thank you.
Mr. Jim Monroe. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Jim Monroe. I'm from 4898 Lucretia Way in Williamsburg. Thanks for the chance to speak tonight.
Yes, sir.
Again, Jim Monroe, I'm the Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Smithfield Foods, and I'm here to express our company's strong support for the Grange at 10 Main. Smithfield Foods is a well-established but still growing company. Perhaps the biggest challenge we face as we pursue profitable growth is access to labor at our offices, on our farms, and at our processing facilities. The labor challenges we face in communities across the country vary. Often the challenge is declining rural populations that have significantly reduced available talent pools for our production facilities. In Smithfield, Virginia, we employ many office workers, which is likely to be the fastest growing demographic for our local hiring in the future. The particular challenge in Smithfield is successfully recruiting young professionals. While we recognize the emergence of remote work environments, we place a high premium on face-to-face collaboration and relationship building at all our locations. We believe this is vital for the career development of young professionals joining our team. And for the dedicated, hardworking employees at our packaged meats facility down the road, remote work is obviously not an option. The many amenities and additional quality housing options promised by the Grange will enhance our ability to recruit the talented professionals we need for our operations, finance and accounting, human resources, marketing, corporate affairs, legal, and other teams here in Smithfield. We are losing candidates with other employment options in nearby Newport News, Norfolk, Suffolk, Chesapeake, as well as in other employment hubs around the country where our direct competitors are located. In addition to its recruitment value, we envision many other benefits from the Grange project. The Airbnb cottages, for example, provide a great temporary housing option for members of our team who come to Smithfield for extended stays while working on long-term projects. We often struggle for meeting and event space. The Smithfield Center, this location, is often really tough to book, and we welcome more options. The project's retail, dining, and farmers market plans will reinforce Smithfield's reputation as a food destination, and that's good for tourism and it's good for our company. We recognize and value what folks in this town want to preserve. I've become an unofficial Smithfield Foods historian because in my role, I'm often asked about our company's story. As all of you know, this story is intertwined with the long history of this town and the Luter family. Because I know the history of our company, I know the role the Luter family has played to enhance the town of Smithfield. The historic downtown restoration, the YMCA, Windsor Castle Park, the Clontz Boat Ramp, and the sports complex are just a few of their many contributions. These projects, including our gorgeous headquarters location, have beautified this town. I have no doubt the Grange project will complement the downtown area and build on the Luter family's track record of tasteful development. We also recognize concerns about potential traffic issues. Please know that we are prepared to do our part by directing our plant personnel to use Berry Hill Road as their primary route to access our packaged meats plant. This should significantly ease traffic through town during shift changes. In closing, I'd like to say this. I love coming to this town to work every day. I commute from Williamsburg and enjoy starting my day on the ferry, floating across the James and driving through the countryside to this beautiful town. I take a break at work whenever I can for a run through Windsor Castle Park. My wife loves Wharf Hill Antiques, and we occasionally come to Smithfield on the weekend to walk Main Street and pick a spot for lunch. I raised my family and spent most of my career working in busy Washington, D.C. I'm blessed to work at our beautiful and peaceful headquarters on the Pagan. Williamsburg is a transition location for me and my wife. We landed there nearly 2 years ago as a good spot from which to explore the region as I acclimated to my new job at Smithfield Foods. We continue to explore possibilities for a more permanent place to settle, and the town of Smithfield is on the list. We've seen the plans for the Grange at 10 Main, and we would love to see Mr. Luter's vision realized. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Richard Turner. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Richard Turner. I live at 121 St. Andrews, Smithfield, Virginia. I don't exactly know how to do this because I'm used to being on the seat over there instead of over here. And I know that's not easy. But I'd like to say at this time, thank you all for the service and the time and the dedication that you give to make Smithfield a better place. I guess I'll start my little talk about, I wasn't going to talk about Joe Luder, but I had polio when I was in school, and when I went back to school, I could only go 2-3 hours at a time. And old Joe Luder, he was 2-3 years older than me, but he had a company car, old 50 Ford, ugliest thing you ever saw. But he gave me a ride home every day so I could start the school early. That's my friendship with him, and it's been that way for years. We are in a difficult situation that growth is not easy. Growth doesn't come easy anytime. I've been on that seat for 14 years. I've seen my development at Ben's Church. For 3 years, they piddled and fiddled. And finally, they gave up. And we lost Walmart. We lost Home Depot. We lost a 5-ball diamond where you have big tournaments. It all went down the drain. But it came back later. And my point is that that piece of land out there, I don't know whether y'all have looked at it recently. I expect you have. But it looks better today than it did 5 years ago or 3 years ago. It's been an eyesore. It's an opportunity to make something better for your kids and my kids to have later. It's not easy. Your job is not easy. Some of you may not be able to go home tonight if you vote wrong. I shouldn't say that, but I've been on the hot seat before. But anyhow, it's a part that if you can't vote on it tonight, give it time. If you got good questions, and there have been some questions raised, give it time, but don't let this opportunity go away. Joe Luder doesn't come down the road very often. And Smithfield, they already showed you. I had a list of all the things that he's done for you and I, because we enjoy it. The YMCA, all these things, the kids, the baseball diamonds. They are things that later on in life, your kids and my kids and grandkids will enjoy. I thank you again for your service. I thank Dick Grice for his service to the county. He does his homework. He's a good man. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Elmer Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Judge, jury, Mayor and councilman, let me here. Elmer Jones, 502 Moonfield Drive. I thought I'd get a laugh out of that one, at least I used to. Can you hear me?
Just
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I had quite a bit I was going to say here, but more, I keep looking at this. I haven't had a whole lot to preview this. The trouble I have with it is it don't appear to fit into the old downtown. You know, if Joe 3 has done a whole lot for this town, there ain't no doubt about that. Nobody in the room can deny that. But this, I would think, be better out there on the other side of his plant, on that farm out there on the right, because this don't, the architectural and all, it's not conducive with the downtown. I mean, it's all modern, looks great. But when they showed that photograph up there, one with the no top on it, I thought I was riding through New York City on the interstate or Chicago. It's rack 'em, stack 'em, and pack 'em high. And this needs to be addressed. It's the 2 cars to the park, to the family lot. That's a joke. And y'all know that. Y'all go right down here to Ben's Church or Ben's Grant and ride through the neighborhood. That's 2 down there, and you got them all over the parking lot, all over the road and everywhere else, and the kids playing. I'm all against that. I mean, I ain't had a chance to study this real well. For this is the first time I really got a good look at it. I like some of it, but a lot of it just looks like a whole lot of shoveling and putting in a neighborhood. They're making a whole new neighborhood there. And I just wanted to say that to let you know how I feel about it. Like I say, there was a few things I had to say about that. I mean, the farmer's market, Personally, I think there's other places that can go with that if they would like, but, you know, that's another story. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Tracy Dowling. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Tracy Dowling, and I reside at 10113 Squires Way in Toano, Virginia, the greater Williamsburg area. And I'm the System Director for Real Estate Services for Riverside Health System. In my role, I'm responsible for identifying, selecting, procuring sites for all different kinds of services, including most recently the site for our new Riverside Shore Memorial Hospital on the Eastern Shore, for our new Riverside Doctors Hospital in Williamsburg. And when I first joined Riverside in 2008, we were here looking at Smithfield, trying to bring healthcare services to Smithfield. It just wasn't ready for it yet, but it is now, and we're very excited for that. So this evening, I wish to speak in support of this proposal and the investment by the Luter family and their development team in the community. Riverside considers the Grange at 10 Main an important complementary development to our healthcare campus. In particular, the need for a variety of types of housing for employees as we anticipate the upcoming demand for at least 200 employees within the initial opening of the medical office building in 2025, and then the new hospital in 2026. It cannot be underestimated the need for these young professionals and other age professionals to be in this community. The proposed multi-story apartment option, which provides the security of interior corridors, accessible with fobs or badges, and elevator access to upper floors, will be very attractive to different generations of employees, younger employees, as well as middle-agers like myself. And as you know, nurses and healthcare professionals do not have the option to work from home. Also very attractive in the plans are the amenities the developers are proposing. We love, Riverside does, when our employees live in the community where they work, as we believe it fosters their commitment to the overall health of their community and our mission. We hope you take this important point into consideration. And I will mention that our hospital in Williamsburg is actually in a very similar situation in which we have an apartment development right down the street from us, brand new when we built the new hospital. 4 stories. It was developed by a developer out of Virginia Beach. And it was a very important recruitment tool for us, and many of our employees started out living in those apartments as they looked for permanent housing in the community that they serve. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolyn Torrey.
Carolyn Torrey, 32 Main Street. Can you all hear me? Whoa.
Yes, ma'am.
Gee, okay. Mr. Luter IV has on more than one occasion expressed that this project on Pierceville land is his father's swan song in effect, and his father is impatient to see its fruition. There is no question that Mr. Luter III's philanthropy with the commensurate contributions of the town and thus the townspeople created the jewel in the crown that is Windsor Park. The southerly entrance to our town is rather breathtaking, therefore. We have the station, really impressive, on the right, and on the left, the lovely river view, capped by the more than complimentary Windsor Castle, stunning even at night. My understanding is, when Mr. Luter IV first brought forth his ideas for the Grange, he was entertaining the prospect of using a company called Historical Concepts for their plans. On their website, there are 5 or more historic villages, towns, beautifully and so seamlessly married to the fiber and being of those historic towns, one cannot discern one block from the other. Finishes and materials are top-notch. Were we to have a PMUD, that is what we should allow in our precious, peerless historic district. This project before us tonight is not anything like Historical Concepts produces. All aspects of Historical Concepts builds honor the ordinances and the worth of their locations. That would have been a fitting legacy for Mr. Luter III. That would have been without vociferous argument and objection from our townspeople. That would be a worthy match, bookended, for Windsor Castle. Mr. Luter IV did not do that. What we have before us now is riddled with question marks and very real violations of our ordinances, our comprehensive plan, our charter, and Virginia Code, and a PMUD as we would construe it. Too much density near roads that cannot, surely, be widened, for instance, alone. Mr. Luter IV has stated he might just, dare I say, indignantly walk away from this development should he not get his variances. Would that be so bad? We can hold any developer to our standards, and they will come. Would we grant Mr. Luter IV a PMUD zoning, knowing he wanted to rewrite it nearly in its entirety? Why would he do that? Why? Not for love of this town, not in honor of his father's, his family's legacy, for money, for profit, a millionaire many times over. Does he need that? The facts are what they are. Nothing supports doing this. And the vast majority of townspeople, taxpayers, feel this way out of a love for our town. I ask Mr. Luter IV to re-examine his motives and to do better by Smithfield.
Chris Story. Ms. Clark, you're next.
My name is Chris Torrey. I live at 32 Main Street. I'd like to read a quote to you from the state of Alaska. The City Council is entrusted with upholding the public interest and must make decisions which affect the entire community. Essentially, public interest represents the maximum amount of benefit that flows to society at large rather than to a selected few individuals. With each decision, the council must weigh and uphold the public interest. From our own Commonwealth, Chapter 15.2, 2000, Declaration of Legislative Intent, I quote, "This chapter is intended to encourage localities to improve public health, safety, convenience, and welfare of their citizens, and to plan for the future development of communities to the end that transportation be carefully planned," end quote. The traffic this development creates is going to swamp our beautiful little community. It's going to swamp it with cars and pickups, and it's going to make travel here a genuine chore, if not an outright nightmare. There's going to be 300 plus new homes. It's going to bring 600 cars and pickups with it. New employees for the hotel and for the restaurants are going to travel in cars and pickup trucks. The commercial space, the hotel and the restaurant are going to have customers that generate traffic.
one study predicts more than 5,000 vehicle trips will be added to our small, narrow streets per day, every day. We know that 600 cars will be trying to get their occupants to work in the morning and then back home again in the evening. Folks, as the design now before you routes the traffic flow to and from that development, Carey Street is going to be ruined. Grace Street will be turned into a major thoroughfare. The quiet Grace Street residential community is going to be destroyed. Church Street, from Thomas across the bridge down to Battery Park, will be stuffed with traffic. And the same thing will be true coming in the other direction. And the intersection at 10 and Main will be turned into a Los Angeles class traffic snarl at least twice every working day. I ask you to imagine yourself in that situation with all that new traffic, 600 cars a day, 5,000 new trips a day, jammed up all over town all the time. The developer has offered absolutely no proffer to remedy any of that situation. There's no money offered to improve any sort of street or traffic control or anything like that. And the reason that there is none of that is because the whole design of the Grange, as shown on that subdivision map before you, is designed only with profit in mind. There is no regard for the public interest. There's an added floor of apartment buildings to get more rent. Homes have been squeezed closer together to make room for more of them to sell. Homes have been shoved up to the street with shortened backyards to make more room. Parking stalls and delivery stalls have been eliminated so as to make more room for profitable units.
1 minute remains.
And there is nothing in the world the matter with profit. You know, this whole country was built and sustained by incentive. There needs to be a balance struck between the developer's profit on the one side of the scale and the good of the community on the other side of the scale. Such a balance has not been considered in this design. The scale is tipped way over in favor of the developer, and the attitude expressed by some of the developer's staff is just heck with the residents. If they don't like the result of what we do, they could just pack up and move. It doesn't have to be like that. You can kick this thing back to the developer and tell him to redesign it, get the traffic flow right, and proffer the improvements that the traffic flow is going to require.
Thanks. Ms. Clark?
Good evening. Betty Clark, 120 North Church Street, Smithfield, Virginia, right up the hill from corporate headquarters. I have come before town council many times. Several of those times have been to let you know the damage caused by the construction done by Mr. Luter and Smithfield Foods. Damage to the Griffin House, which is on the corner of Thomas and Church Street. Damage to Mansion on Main, over $20,000, from plaster damage to floors unleveled to doors that don't close. Damage to the antique shop from lack of putting in a proper retaining wall when the hill was cut away 25 to 30 feet. The building is still moving today, 20 years later. I have fear that my kitchen cabinets are going to fall off the wall because they are coming apart at the seams. The seals have broken on almost all of the double pane windows back of the building, and now I am seeing moisture in some of the windows on the front of the building. I have no idea what it will cost or if I can find someone to repair any of this. I have doors that do not close correctly and several cracks in tiles in the bathrooms. Several times I have invited town council to come see these problems for yourself No one has had the courage to come. Is it because if you see the damage, then you cannot pretend it does not happen? And you have then to realize that it will happen again. There will be damage on Curry Street, James Street, and probably at least halfway off of Gray Street. Is everyone involved with that damage going to be able to afford to repair the damage? Mr. Luter will say that he did not do it, because that's what I was told. Some of it may not show up for at least 5 or 10 years. There will be nothing going on in the area that would cause the damage other than that construction project of the magnitude that it will be. Is town council going to insist that Mr. Luter be responsible for all the damage caused? And what about the noise and the dust and the construction that those people have to live through for 5 to 7 years? How many of you would like to live on Carey Street for that time period during the construction? I understand that you are voting on this issue tonight, but you are voting without all the facts because you have not made yourselves aware of the facts by seeing the problems for yourselves. It's interesting to me that town council was not able to find funds to help with the preservation of Pierceville. Those funds had to go to Barnes at Windsor Castle Park. But you had no problem committing over $1.5 million for Luterville.
Brian Lally. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lally. I live at 226 South Church Street. Good evening, members of council. As a town resident for 20-something years, I really do appreciate what the Luter family has done, many contributions. My backyard is graced by Windsor Castle Park, and I use it probably 5 to 7 times a week, so very appreciative for that. We recognize new construction and growth are inevitable, and it just needs to be managed. And when managing it, you want to look at how it impacts a town, a place, a community, and I think that this impacts it in more or less a negative way because of the size of it, the density of all of the homes and businesses being placed on this property. We've heard people talk about the traffic increase. I live right on South Church Street, and I just think every day there are more cars that travel that road every single day, and so many delivery trucks, too. I think people have mentioned tonight that a possible other traffic study might be welcome to see just what this impact might be. My main concern, though, is really that the density is too great. We've got houses right on top of one another. We're adding some, 500 dwellings. 300 dwellings and maybe 600 people or 700 people going to be living there. That's a lot of traffic. I wonder if town residents are going to end up having to pay for part of this. And if me as a town resident, I'm not, that's a non-starter for me. I don't want to pay any more taxes for something like this. I'd pay taxes for something that is a little bit smaller in detail, and I like some of the pieces of this, but I'm just not willing to pay something for this size. Again, if growth is inevitable, I would ask the council to look at a smaller plan that doesn't have this density of people and buildings on such a small spot. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Richard Linier. Linier? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Richard Linier, Sr., 101 Prestwick, Smithfield. Mayor Bowman, Vice Mayor Butler, council members and staff. I have come to voice my opposition on several occasions, and I'm here tonight to voice in opposition to the proposed open BMP pond that would be located on the corner of Main Street and Grace. If the Grain 10 on Main Street is approved, I cannot imagine you looking at Main Street as you see it today. During the past several months, I have observed the area where the larger open BMP pond will be located. That area does not retain a large amount of water, even when there is heavy rain. That area is a small water detention area. Is the proposed BMP pond on Main and Grace a retention pond or a detention pond? Now, that's very important. I have asked the developers this question several times. I have never received an answer. The only answer is it will be a BMP pond. I'm sure this council can get the correct answer. You see, the type of pond is important because if the pond is a detention pond, it will hold back water and slowly release it. It will be less dangerous to the community and not an attraction to Canadian geese and other wildlife. It could be more of a green area with trees and shrubs. If the pond is a retention pond, it will hold back water and not release it. It would be a large open retention pond. A typical retention pond is 8 to 10 feet deep and is set to hold a certain amount of water indefinitely. This type of pond can be very attractive to Canadian geese and other wildlife. That retention pond will receive water from the stormwater system of the grain development and water from another proposed open BMP pond at the rear of Carey Street. An open retention pond on Main Street will have water in it continuously. If the town and the county decides to pay for the Grange infrastructure, please look at the alternatives to an open BMP pond. The first alternative would be to have a larger BMP pond at the rear of Carey Street. That pond is in proximity to the proposed pond on Main Street. Piping would divert the water and carry the water out where it would eventually go to the Cypress Creek and the Cypress Creek area. The second alternative would be to require the developer to
1 minute
use
remains.
pervious material, which would allow a lot of water to soak back into earth. The third alternative would be an underground BMP pond with a parking lot on the top of it. That would add parking that's sorely needed. There are 3 reasons I oppose the pond: safety, aesthetics, and the third reason, the best way to use the land area. An underground BMP pond would solve all of the problems with a parking lot on top of it. I have stated what I believe are important and legitimate concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity to state them. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Tom Hearn. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and Town Councilman. I'm Tom Hearn. I live at 15494 Mill Swamp Road, Smithfield, Virginia. I'd like to thank each one of you council people up here tonight. I've sat up here and served on council for a number of years and on the planning commission, and I know the difficult decisions that you guys have to make. I know that each one of you, you're elected to represent the town of Smithfield as a whole, not your individual neighborhoods, but the town as a whole on these projects. And I know that you all will vet this project thoroughly. With that said, I have to say that I do support Mr. Luter and his proposed project. Is it a perfect project? Probably not. Could it be done a little bit better? Probably so. But we know we have a known quantity here with the developer. Joe 4 and Joe 3, everything that they have done for this town, which has been mentioned over and over tonight, has been done perfectly, with only one thing that Mr. Luter's ever asked for out of this, is to have his name, his father's name, put on Luter Park. And I think that's a wonderful thing to do. All these things he has done. One of the things he's done around here that nobody mentioned tonight has put the fence around, the brick wall around Smithfield Center. He did that. Helped with uptime, the ball fields, Windsor Castle Park. As far as the height goes with the building, you've already set a precedent with that. Smithfield Station is at, I think, 55 feet. Corporate Center is 60 feet. The Hampton Inn is over 50 feet, if I'm not mistaken. So height should not be an issue here. Be a little redundant. I do support this project in its entirety, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Bob Hines.
Good evening, Bob Hines, 216 Washington. All the projects that Luters have done have been great, but none of them are going to have the impact that this is going to have. People come to the park, people come to the Y, but the density of this project is something different because now it's more housing. Imagine that folks in Cypress Creek didn't have the flyover, which seems to work very well, or they had to right turn only out to the bypass, or to go toward downtown or toward Surrey, they had to come out by way of Great Spring Road. It'd be an inconvenience and quite messy. Likely there would be those that would come out to the bypass and make the illegal U-turn. Luter's proposal will likely set up the same scenario, but in the opposite direction. The residents of the new development will have just such an inconvenience, not to mention the current residents. The traffic pattern is terrible. Yes, there is some of that, not in my backyard to it. A flyover must be mandated and at the builder's expense. There's scuttle about a James Street extension. True or not, I don't know. But if so, that would create an unsafe situation for the YMCA counselors and children crossing to the park during the summer months. Main Street Baptist retention pond concerns have been largely ignored. We just heard that. Their parking concerns have been largely ignored. The project has been classified as a gift to the town. Ignoring those concerns did not seem like much of a gift. No public hearing on town money on the farmer's market. The modification at the bypass in Main Street is likely not going to happen until 2025 or 2026. It will be administered by the county with VDOT funds. I was advised of this by VDOT. Some years ago, a developer basically wanted to build another town of Smithfield at what is now Windsor Castle Park. The only traffic outlets were Jericho Road and Gray Streets. Imagine the density and traffic fiasco that would have been. This project as presented is just as impractical as that one was. 4-story apartments. Smithfield Station is very photogenic and quite compatible with its setting. It looks very nice. The newer and taller buildings, in my opinion, are not at all attractive or compatible to the setting. Imagine more tall buildings. Trees blocking the view. What happens when the leaves depart in the fall? Are they magically going to stay on the tree? This building height thing was in the expectations from the very beginning, as is shown in the December 21 conceptual master plan. Many town officials repeatedly said nothing has been officially presented yet when asked what they thought about it. Yet many town officials had a copy of the proposal. Last year, a town official advised me that it was a mistake that the 60-foot building height by right was put in the PMUD. I was further advised that I should stop talking about it. I didn't think much of that. I have said this before, but if it was a mistake, then why is Mr. Luter stating the project cannot move forward without the current height requirement being waived? In fact, I strongly suspect that if asked, Mr. Luter would state that if any one of the waivers requested were denied, the project could not move forward. I hope a council member will ask Mr. Luter if that is the case. I submit that from day one that the waivers requested are not requests at all, but are listed demands. Mr. Luter and his folks have as much said that for themselves. When Mr. Luter gave his presentation at Main Street Baptist, I asked a question about who's doing what. I was advised that Weldon Field and Road would be building the houses. Mr. Luter would sell that portion of land to them if the zoning goes through. To my knowledge, this was not previously mentioned. Why keep that information hidden until asked? Transparency. BHAR Planning Commission and Town Council members are all intertwined in the community, some as close friends, some as acquaintances, but all are citizens of the town of Smithfield. These folks sit where many of us would not want to sit. I may not always agree with what's decided, but do appreciate the willingness of those that do serve. I'm certain that each of the folks that I just
1 minute
mentioned,
remains.
all are serving because they intend to to administer the town's business in a positive and constructive manner. That being said, yes, by all means, develop the property, but with something more compatible with the remainder of the historic district. Population density, traffic, infrastructure, schools, medical, rescue and fire protection, police, water, sewer, electric grid, storm runoff, taxpayer payback. Do you feel that there has been enough information supplied to your satisfaction to vote to move this project forward as presented? I suggest that this project, while it sounds good, it looks good, it's overly ambitious for the size and layout of the property. It's just simply great concept, sounds nice, it's just too much, too dense, going to have too big of an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Bob Dolinsky. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. I've come before this body before, and I've spoken before the Planning Commission multiple times with many concerns about this project. I live on 210 Cary Street, and I have to live with that traffic as it stands now. And it takes me sometimes up to 5 minutes to be able to get out of my driveway. The people that live down on the corner of Cary and Grace, when people come off of Grace Street to head up towards Mill Swamp, they come at 35 miles an hour. They come around the corner. There's people who live on the end of the street who do not have off-street parking. I'm concerned that somebody is going to get hit and possibly killed if we add more traffic to that. I don't know what's going to be. I'm really seriously considering putting my house on the market because I don't want to live there anymore, currently. I love this town. That's why my wife and I moved to this town, because it's a quaint town. We love the farmer's market, walking up and down Main Street, the concerts on Friday night. We love all of those things. That's all going to go away. Mr. Luter and his team have to know exactly what the town will require as far as infrastructure goes and what that's going to cost. Yet when we ask questions about how much that's going to cost, we get no answer. We hear private, public partnership, and they want the town and the county to give $1.4 million each for a farmer's market. What's the square footage of that going to be? I have yet to see any kind of drawings other than the pictures that they show up there, but I don't see any rendering, other than those renderings. What's the cost per square foot? What are we going to have to charge those vendors to rent? Currently, they pay $75 a year and up to maybe $15 a session at our current farmer's market. That's affordable for them. What's it going to be at the new farmer's market? And are we going to lose those vendors? And if we don't sell out, who's going to pay the cost? Who pays to insure the building? Who pays to maintain the building? especially if we don't have any vendors there. Mr. Luter held a lot of meetings, and the article that I read in the Smithfield Times, they were behind closed doors. There were things that were said, things that were agreed to that were not made public. And I don't know about you, but I start to smell something when I think about that. There needs to be some transparency here, which I do not see with this current plan. I know that a lot of this preceded the current administration, and I don't hold y'all personally responsible for it. However, a lot of this stuff still needs to be answered, and I don't see or hear any of those answers that I'm looking for. The next question I have, why was Mr. Pack the one who gets to open a restaurant there? Why was this not put out to allow any other number of restaurateurs to come in and open a restaurant there? I know there's probably going to be another restaurant or two in there, but it seemed to me that somebody who sits on the council who has advanced knowledge that this is going to happen would be the first one
1 minute.
to be able to get to these things. I'm also concerned about the public safety. Police, fire. I talked to Brian, who is the chief of the current rescue squad, and he was telling me that they actually have one of their ambulances in Surrey County because of their issues there. That puts the citizens of Smithfield right now at increased risk. And we're going to put more people here in town, and I don't know who's going to be providing more ambulances and more personnel to respond to EMS calls. I know when I dial 911, I want somebody at my house here pretty quick. The fire department got a new truck, a new ladder truck, and they're going to be getting another truck sometime soon, but they need people. And they just don't have those people.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia. Ms. Gigi Smith? Evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Gigi, or Virginia Smith, 207 James Street. I'm here this evening to voice my opinion and concerns regarding the biggest zoning development decision of our lifetime that you, our town council, will ultimately make, the Grange at 10 Main. I agree with many of the comments that I have heard this evening. I think it is fair to say that something is going to be built there, but our town council has not approved anything yet, and the fat lady certainly has not sung. A multi-use development is an excellent choice of zoning, in my opinion. We need and will benefit from additional retail space, professional space, and another restaurant would be good. I understand and agree with the reasoning behind a hotel in the area. However, I believe that orienting it to run along the Route 10 corridor and the short side along Main Street is much preferable. Positioning the hotel as planned gives everyone traveling into the historic district and out of town a very large, long, and tall brick wall built practically along the sidewalk. And even with the windows, it would literally cast a giant shadow on everyone and everything. Not, in my opinion, a warm welcome into town, much less a genuine thank you for visiting Smithfield on the way out. What I can't get behind is the heavy offering of apartments right at the front of the development. Rearranging the site plan in relation to moving the apartments and some homes should be considered. There is land that is not designated for development at the back of the property that, with its own entrance, could be an ideal location for the Grange apartments. They would not be presented at the front of the development, and all four-story apartments could likely not be objectionable in that area. Also, taking the large amount of traffic generated from the apartments off of Cary, Grace, and Main Streets is a huge need and consideration. Planning another brew pub is not, in my opinion, wise. I have concerns for public safety. Patrons who, by the very offering of a brew pub, are more likely to leave the pub after imbibing in a drink or two or four. Pub atmosphere is generally and traditionally quite different from a restaurant, particularly a higher-end establishment. Whether they leave by vehicle or on foot, their judgment will not be as acute as normal. Leaving the pub by way of the corner of Main Street and Route 10 presents a very real danger. I also take pause with the cost of the residents for a large brick-and-mortar farmers market. However, to be clear, I have not been in any meetings and am not well versed in the history behind the proposal. Please note I said I am unsure of this part of the proposed development. I am not dogmatically opposed to it. Thank you for your attention, and may I be bold enough to say to you, you do not have to vote tonight. If questions remain, and I do believe many, many questions remain, I implore you to table the vote at this time. Thank you.
Laura Grable. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Laura Graber. I live at 9370 Kings Landing Lane in Smithfield. This is the second time in the last 2 days that I've spoken in front of a crowd, and it's not my forte, let me tell you. Sunday was a farewell celebration for a coworker and a leader that I worked with for 18 years. I am speaking here tonight just because I feel passionate excuse me, about the town of Smithfield, how we're developing it, how quickly we're going to develop it or not develop it. And I happened to see, it was a clip I saw online, and Mr. Mayor, you were interviewed on the Hampton Road Show, The Coast, I believe it's called. And you had said, it's online if you want to go see, we are really one of those towns that believe in country, unquote, quote unquote. And I've lived in several different cities in Hampton Roads since I've been here. I moved here in 1988. And I came back to Isle of Wight because I wanted the more rural country setting. Not in favor of a project of this magnitude, at least without all the answers that we need, especially since all the financial aspects have not been disclosed. I mean, how can you really make an informed decision without all the facts? And how do we keep Smithfield country and at the same time have the developments that have already been approved by the previous council and, now this? I also don't think I'm alone in feeling some type of way with Mr. Luter's unveiled threat using Smithfield Foods as a pond, and he might need to relocate the company. I don't know. And so with all the housing concerns for people from Smithfield Packing, somebody mentioned it at one of the Planning Commission meetings, all the houses that have already been approved in the county. Surely there are plenty of variety of values of housing to be had. So I'm just asking you, Mr. Mayor and council members, to please consider all your citizens in your decision. And like other people have said, it does not have to be made tonight. I just think it would be a bad move to do it this evening. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Martha Jackson. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bowman, Vice Mayor Butler, and honorable members of council. My name is Martha Ford Evans Jackson. I reside at Patriots Landing Apartments, 511 Cedar Street, Smithfield, Virginia. There are individuals and groups with competing visions that have spoken throughout this process. A decision will be made tonight on the Grange and 10. That decision should be based solely on what is best for all 8,963 residents in our town. Many have gone so far as to say, if you don't vote our way, then we'll vote you out. Will you succumb to this? Council will also decide whether to approve a development agreement with the current developer. The developer has been thoroughly vetted. Change is difficult. However, it is inevitable. At this time, affordable housing is at a minimum. On Main Street, eateries are closed on Mondays with the exception of the ice cream parlor and the bakery. Retail is hard-pressed without crossing the JRB span. These, plus mobility, accessibility, close proximity, and job opportunities are benefits that would be a financial boom and promote revenue to our economy. The farmers market has had to close recently because of intense temperatures. The indoor-outdoor farmers market would be an answer to this dilemma. Can we work together to enhance our beloved town? I think we can. Your posted mission statement says we can. You must not ignore the needs of the most vulnerable. Your personal priorities, leadership philosophies, and economic policies must be demonstrated with regard for all the citizens. If you need an incentive to chew on to make your decision, I saw a post not long ago that quoted President Teddy Roosevelt, and it says, and I quote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong the man stumbles, or whether the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Do what is best for all of the citizens." Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Ellen Biebermeyer? Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ellen Biebermeyer, and I live at 355 Grace Street. I'm here tonight to talk about my concerns regarding the Piercefield property, otherwise known as the Grange project. Even though it seems as if we have talked about this property for many months now, there are still concerns that have not been addressed by the town or the developer. First of all, the traffic situation has not been fully addressed. For years, downtown residents have been bringing concerns to town officials regarding the increased speed and volume of traffic on downtown streets. Traffic on Grace Street, Carey Street, James Street, and even Main and Church Streets has not gotten better. This Grange project alleviates none of the issues brought to town officials. As a matter of fact, we all know the traffic is going to get much worse. My personal concern is Grace and Carey Street, but especially the 100 block of Carey Street that runs between Main Street and Grace Street. More and more vehicles are using this small one-way street as a cut-through to cross Grace Street and continue on to Carey Street to get to Mill Swamp Road. With the new Grange development, more cars will use this small street as a shortcut through the downtown streets so that they don't have to pass through the Grange project. There are at least 10 children that live in the 100 block of Carey Street, with the vast majority of them being under age 10. Most houses on the 100 and 200 block of Carey Street do not have driveways, and residents have to park on the street. The traffic on Carey Street has gotten increasingly worse and worse, and drivers have been speeding through, not only the 100 block, but the 200 block. This traffic problem will not improve with the onset of the Grace development. I worry that our children's safety is at risk if this problem is not addressed before the Grange project is decided upon. My second concern is the amount of parking allotted in the Grange project. There is definitely not enough public parking. Downtown Smithfield is known for community-wide parades throughout the year, as well as other special events that bring visitors downtown for art shows, vintage markets, holiday shopping, etc. But where are these visitors supposed to park? Currently, the parking lot of the former Little's grocery store provides a very convenient place for parking, as well as parade staging. I understand this parking lot will not be available forever, but I've seen no solution to the parking problem. What are the town plans for future event parking? What about Main Street Baptist Church? They will also lose a valuable parking resource. The number of parking spaces allotted throughout the Grange resident does not contain enough spots for residents that will live there either. During one of the last presentations at the Planning Commission, one of the developer's representatives mentioned that they don't need as many parking spots because more people are utilizing rideshare programs such as Uber and Lyft. You know as well as I do, Uber is basically non-existent in Smithfield. Please. While this may be a solution for Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, where this developer does much of their work, Smithfield is not Virginia Beach or Chesapeake or Charleston, South Carolina, for that matter, and frankly, we don't want to be. That was a huge miscalculation on the part of the developer, and they did not do their homework. What other factors have they left out or miscalculated? Last but not least, the height issue of the hotel and the apartment buildings, as well as the density of the development, is concerning. There should not be a 4-story hotel situated where the back of the hotel runs parallel to Main Street, as Ms. Smith mentioned tonight. It would not be very appealing look for a major, dare I say, the major corridor into downtown Smithfield. It would act as a wall blocking the whole downtown. How is that welcoming?
1 minute.
Any 4-story building downtown is too tall, whether it is a hotel or apartment building. We should not be changing the current guidelines already set in the comprehensive plan to accommodate one developer. This sets a horrible precedent and appears to show favoritism. I'm not saying it is, but it appears that way. This Grange development is too dense. The buildings are too tall, and frankly, there are too many. These very factors lead to all the other problems of traffic and parking that I and so many others have talked about. There are too many unanswered questions regarding the Grange project to make a decision tonight, unless you're going to vote them down. I ask you to keep on asking questions, keep getting answers, and please keep us informed. Also, as a last note, the price tag on these houses are $500,000 to $600,000. The rent is $3,000 to $4,000. This is not affordable housing.
Your time has expired.
This is not appropriate for Smithfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark Hall. Evening, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Mark Hall. I live at 7432 Barton's Landing, Smithfield, Virginia. But I grew up on Lumore Road, basically across the street from Smithfield Baptist Church. But when I lived there as a boy, there was no Baptist church there, where there were no houses there. And it's a whole lot nicer today now that people live there and it's populated. So I'm a true believer in the magic of Smithfield, Virginia. I'm not afraid to say I put my money where my mouth is. My companies have invested millions of dollars into preserving historic district properties and the town at large over the past 20 years. Full disclosure, I do own or control 2 properties nearly adjacent to the Grange proposed development. What I know from my work is that we cannot turn the old buildings in the historic district into museums. They must be able to support themselves financially. To support them, we need economic vitality provided by visitors and residents who consistently shop locally. What the Luter team is proposing is good for both the economic and cultural vitality of Smithfield. If we do this right, the proposed design will help us finally unify the look and feel and walkability of Main Street from the bottom of Wharf Hill to the bypass, which is something we've been working for so long to do. We can do this now. It's a great opportunity. This development will bring hundreds of new people within walking distance of Main Street. The new businesses within the Grange will complement the businesses in the old historic commercial district. New people mean new customers, yes. It also means new subscribers for Smithfield Little Theater, new members for our churches, Kiwanis, Lions, Rotary, VFW, don't let me leave out Ruritan's, new volunteers for Christian outreach, Smithfield VA events, dozens of other efforts, and new friends. I do not object from business or aesthetic senses to any of the variances requested by the developer. And it is not unusual for municipalities to partner with developers on the cost of infrastructure, which very much pay for themselves in time in water billings, business licenses, property taxes, etc. When people start naming the things that the Luter family have done for Smithfield, I often hear them start out saying, well, they helped do brick sidewalks in the downtown. Well, many of us know that the renovation of downtown Smithfield was a lot more than bricking sidewalks. It was an enormous thing that transformed Smithfield. But there's a lot of other things that the family has done as well that have not gotten attention and go way back all the way to St. Luke's, for example. So we can trust the Luter team to bring very special, unique, quality investment to this town and to what is and has been an eyesore for years. This is far from an ordinary proposal. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your dedication to genuine Smithfield. Carpe diem.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Paula Cole. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of the Town Council. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak. My concern is the density. I live on Gray Street, 334. I've been there for 23 years. This is literally right around the corner. And I'm concerned about the density that it's going to bring within our area. Like many other people in this room, it is my fervent hope that the Town Council will vote to deny the rezoning of PMUD. That is in front of them tonight, that it be done carefully and take into consideration the residents that are there now. There has been a lot of discussion about some of the variance requests, but it seems to me there has been too little discussion about the developer's request to waive regulations regarding setbacks and sidebacks. These scare me. The developer wants to minimize setbacks as well as distance between homes so that they can jam as many as they can into these areas. If he is allowed to do that, he will be able to increase residential density to a number almost double what would be allowed under current zoning regulations. Mr. Luter has publicly stated that the development of 10 Grange is not about profit, but about instead is producing a quality product for the Luter family legacy. This request for setback variances and the number of houses in 10 Grange can increase seems to contradict that of public statement. Maybe this is a good time for us to remember the old saying, actions speak louder than words. The Luter team justification for requesting the setback variances has nothing to do with increasing the density. Instead, the developers want us to believe that they are asking for this waiver so they can more readily duplicate the look and feel of the downtown historic neighborhood, especially Grace Street. In support of this, the developers have presented pictures of 1 or 2 houses in historic district that sit fairly close to the street. However, even the most casual walk up and down Grace and Church and the other historic neighborhood streets of Maine sit back to Riverview quickly contradicts this assertion. Setbacks along Grace Street as long as along other streets in the historic district are incredibly varied. A few of the houses are just a few steps from the road, while others are 30, 40, even 50 feet. Part of the charm of the historic district comes from the fact that the houses are not all positioned the same. Part of the charm also comes from the fact that the houses are not on top of each other, because they are not all placed in the exact same relationship to the street. The vision drawing plans of the residential neighborhoods to be built at 10 Grange more of a cookie-cutter development than of a charming downtown historic neighborhood. The houses that have been shown to the public look good and are probably of the highest quality, but it is not the point. The point is that if we allow a developer a waiver of a setback regulations, we will be allowing the building of the developer that will not only look crowded, but will be crowded. Allow me to make 2 final points. First, several years ago, another developer submitted an application to build less than 160 homes in the Purcellville property contract.
1 minute.
The town council rejected that application largely because they believed that the number of houses was too many and would create unacceptable pressure in the infrastructure and the public services. A yes vote to this permit variance request would allow the developer to build almost double the number of residents. Second, allowing the developer to develop the density that is currently approved under existing regulations will put enormous pressure on the community's ability to provide police, emergency services, electric, public utility, and education to cover. Please vote no on this special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Elizabeth Brooks. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Brooks, and I live on 320 Grace Street. And I'm one of the many who believe that there still remains so much that we do not know about the specifics involved in the Grange proposal to vote for it for tonight. A particular concern to me is the almost deafening silence that surrounds the archaeological survey study that was done on behalf of the developers. Town council knows the statutory requirements that mandates archaeological surveys on land where there is significant probability that important historical resources lie below the surface, especially burial sites. The town council gave assurances that the developer would indeed provide such a study if that study proved to be inadequate. The town council would require an independent study to be done. In February of this year, the issue of the archaeological study was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission, but no one at the table seemed to be familiar with the contents of that study. The survey was done on behalf of the developer is inadequate at the very least. Just the title of the report submitted by the developer should have raised red flags for the Planning Commission and the Town Council. The document is entitled Pedestrian Reconnaissance. What that means and what that document itself corroborates is that the required archaeological survey was conducted by people walking around looking for surface disturbances. Minimal ground penetrating radar was used in the archaeological survey. The report points to only 3 places that showed subterranean disturbances, and strangely enough, each disturbance was described as some leftover metal debris. It's virtually impossible for the property not to be a treasure trove of archaeological historical resources. Historical documents as well as previous site surveys guarantee that the land was once inhabited by Native Americans, was once site of a thriving colonial agricultural concern, saw both Revolutionary War and Civil War activity, and to deny subterranean existence of burial sites and the possible foundations of enslaved people's homes based on a stroll over the property is utterly unbelievable. We shared copies of both the actual survey report and the analysis of the report with the archaeologists at James River Institute on what exactly pedestrian reconnaissance means and to explain the final report. James River Institute is considered to be among the very best archaeological and historical research firms in the entire region. James River Institute was the archaeological research firm hired by Joe Luter III to do work on his properties, as well as by our own town and the county as well, to do a number of projects here. The research by JRI was that this was a totally improper and inconclusive archaeological survey, especially given that the property is well documented and very important historical site. In particular, they pointed out that the GPR used in this survey was among the least powerful of those available. They further pointed out that the company hired by the developers does very little archaeological survey work on historical properties, and in fact, the word archaeological does not appear anywhere on their websites. The pedestrian reconnaissance study was also reviewed by the people of the Virginia Department of Historical Resources, who had similar observations to those presented by the JRI. Jonathan Connolly of DHR shared that he was surprised that our contact with him was the first time that DHR was hearing about this development. It is common practice to notify the DHR in advance of developing on historic properties. The DHR also shared that based on previous preliminary work on the property, they believe that much more thorough archaeological study needs to be done on the land before development begins. Mark C. Wagner, architectural historian of the Eastern Region of Preservation Office of the DHR, wrote, quote, it is property that may yield significant historic information valuable for the town and the region.
1 minute remains.
Specifically, he cited earlier 20th century work done on the Pierceville property when it noted that the survey-based evidence indicated that there is a burying ground on the property, is likely to have family members and enslaved burials. In his analysis, he said that he recommended at the very least a full documentation of the property and would also recommend at least some archaeological work to locate burials before construction proceeds. And Jennifer England, director of our own Isle of Wight Museum, sent the members of the town council a note describing her concern over the lack of proper investigation on the Pierceville property. This is, of course, reasons beyond historical preservation that should be considered in regards to moving forward on a development based on existing archaeological site surveys and analysis. State laws require that if any development, human remains are discovered or disturbed, all construction work must come to a halt until these remains are properly excavated and relocated in ways consistent by law. It would seem that neither the town nor the developer would want this to happen.
Thank you. I cannot read the first name, but the last name is Witcher on Gray Street. I think that's close. Might help me out. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Jason Witcher. I live at 325 Grace Street. I present for the committee's consideration this official letter from Preservation Virginia, which was founded in 1889 and is the first statewide historic preservation group in the United States. It encourages a full investigation of the Pierceville property for archaeological relics and burial sites before any construction. This letter is dated today, August the 1st, 2023. It's addressed to the town of Smithfield, town manager and town council members. I assume that all of you got it, but it didn't come in until about 5 o'clock today. So for your benefit, I will read this to you and the rest of the group in here. Dear town manager and town council members, on behalf of Preservation Virginia's board and statewide staff, I am writing this letter concerning the proposed rezoning of the historic Pierceville property in Smithfield for housing development. While we understand the need for growth, we highly encourage you to require that the Pierceville site be fully investigated for archaeological deposits and burials before construction begins. Preservation Virginia has advocated for the preservation of Pierceville for a number of years. Even though the Thomas Pierce House was demolished, records and maps have shown that the site itself was a large farm complex with many buildings and a cemetery. Records also indicate that enslaved people lived and worked on the property. The Virginia Department of Historic Resources records for Pierceville from the 1930s indicate that 2 of the standing buildings at the time on the property were slave dwellings. The records also indicate that a burying ground existed on the property, likely containing the burials of enslaved people. Undoubtedly, the history and legacy of the property is tied to the history of the enslaved people of Smithfield. The Department of Historic Resources file photos from 1968, 1972, and 1992 show a larger than average number of standing historic farm buildings at the site, indicating the likelihood of intact archaeological deposits. Archaeology can provide information about disadvantaged or illiterate individuals, families, and communities that might otherwise remain invisible in the historical record. With the relatively high potential for slave-related archaeological deposits and burials, it is imperative that the Pierceville site undergo a comprehensive archaeological investigation performed by professional archaeologists with the most up-to-date technologies before it is destroyed. The archaeological data that could be lost may be some of the most important to the town of Smithfield and Virginia, and could be invaluable to the descendants of enslaved people of the area. A suitable example is the 18th century First Baptist Church archaeological site, which was recovered in Williamsburg in 2021. As one of the nation's oldest black churches, the excavation is helping colonial Williamsburg, who for decades ignored the stories of colonial black Americans, reckon with its past storytelling about the country's origins and the role of black Americans. We highly encourage you to require that the site be fully investigated so we can more fully understand the history of Pierceville and Smithfield and its connections to the other colonial sites in Virginia. Once this information is lost, it is lost forever. Thank you for considering our request, and feel free to contact us if you have any questions. So again, kind of tying into the previous, there could be a lot of interesting things there that we need to explore before granting the developer free reign over this. Also, just a few bullets on things that I heard said tonight. There's been a lot of talk about philanthropy of the Luter family. This development here by Vulture Realty is definitely
1 minute
not
remains.
a philanthropic endeavor. The high density maximizes profit. It doesn't pay any consideration to the historical nature of the area, and is basically all about the bottom line. Also, the public-private partnership, again, tying into the philanthropy. If the Luters really cared so much about helping the town out, they wouldn't be asking for so much money back. That's all. Good night. Thank you.
Lanford Pritchett. Good evening, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Lanford Pritchett, 5312 River Landing Trail. I'm going to Smithfield. I'm going to open with 3 things. The first 2 are easy. One, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 2, small town charm. And 3, as a single parent that put 2 kids through college, this is a tough thing I thought I'd never say. Money isn't everything. This council's in a tough spot. And I'll get to why in a couple minutes. A little bit of background. I've been here before. I've only been in town about 5 years as a resident. About the time I got here, the Mallory Scott thing was going on. I was following it in the Smithfield Times, and all I read about is dozens of people coming in speaking against, and at the end of the day, the gavel comes down and says, approved. I taught my kids, I tried to teach my kids, if you disagree with something going on and you don't say anything about it, you deserve what's handed down to you. There's a lot of people talking here tonight, and I hope you're hearing what they're saying. Since I went to school in Blacksburg, I've been to all 50 states, all provinces of Canada, and except for Antarctica, all continents. I've lived in a bunch of offshore cities, England, Dubai, Sydney, Australia, Argentina, and San Francisco. I came here because of the small town charm. I had a lot of choices. Actually, my second choice was New Zealand. The farmer's market. It's already been mentioned tonight. I just can't fathom, and I have a lot of people come visit with us and stay the weekend. They come from DC, Richmond, stay with us over the weekend to come to the farmer's market. And I can't fathom that the people that are doing this now, the vendors, are going to sign a lease for anything. I mean, they pay $75 to be able to market their materials. And I just can't see that person leasing this building. I ran a poll. And by the way, I've done a couple dozen P3s. I'm a retired architect. Public-private partnerships, excuse me. I can't imagine anybody leasing this space on the farmer's market. And I wonder who foots the bill for that. If it's the town, I think you're making the wrong decision, okay? About 3 months ago, I ran a poll in a little social network called Next Door Neighbor. And it had a couple hundred hits on it. I got 83. And all I asked, I said, are you in favor of or in opposition to the Grange project? 83 responses said opposed. Not one said for.
Have you ever heard of a self-selected survey before in statistics?
Actually, no, I haven't.
That's when people decide if they want to answer a question or not answer a question. It's one of the most unreliable statistical ways that you can do things.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
You know, I've been sitting here kind of letting a lot, but that one I had to just ask you.
Well, let me put it in terms I think you'll appreciate then.
1 minute remaining.
I will put both of my IRA dollars on the fact that if this project were to go to a popular vote of the voting citizens of the town of Smithfield, there's no way in hell it would be approved. And that is why I'm saying you folks on council are in a tough spot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mary Harris, Ms. Harris. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Good to see you all. I'm Mary Harris. I live at 329 Grace Street. As I've mentioned to some of you before, my husband and I are retired teachers from this county. Our home is our biggest investment. We have worked to preserve and enhance this historic 1896 home for many years. I would like all of you to personalize what is being said this evening and think about people like us who are concerned about this town in ways that a developer will never be. The developer is disconnected from the daily living here in town. In fact, this group has a team of professional researchers and staff, as you can see, whose job it is to do whatever it takes to get this project passed and moving. When Joe Luter IV says this is his father's legacy project and touts that other things that he's done in town, and there's no doubt about that, he is doing it to persuade you to approve a project that is very different in character and style from anything else that has been done by the Luters. The other projects were true philanthropy. This is not. This project should stand on its own merits and not be influenced by other things this family has done. Facts matter, and so do numbers. Fact 1. An additional 5,541 cars a day into downtown Smithfield streets. Let that sink in just for a minute. Would you want that on your street in front of your home? The answer is no. But the answer we have heard is let them sell their houses and move. Put yourself in our shoes for a minute. Think about how we, as dedicated and caring citizens who have supported events, activities, and historic preservation here in this town, must feel about that kind of a statement and this massive development and the impact it's going to have. Again, think about an additional 5,541 car trips on your street in front of your home. Fact 2, government's primary responsibility is to provide for safety and welfare of citizens. There is a national, state, regional, and local shortage of law enforcement personnel. We all know this. Today, we have 5 unfilled police positions. We are also having challenges in areas of EMT, fire, and other safety staff. I look at our police force website, I looked at it and put together some numbers for you. We have 17 officers listed on our website. In addition, we have these 5 open positions. So we are currently understaffed by 30% with a population of, I have 8,867 people, a little different than Martha's 8,900. If fully staffed, we would have about 1 officer for every 385.5 people here in town. If we add what has already been approved, the development's coming this way, 1,200 plus homes, with an average of 3 individuals per household, that's another 3,600 people. This brings our population to 12,467, give or take. This population will require a total of 32 police officers, keep the ratio of 1 officer to every 385.5 people living here. We only have 17 today, with 5 unfilled positions. That is a challenging level without adding in the Grange or any other future development. In addition, our EMTs and ambulance services and fire and rescue will need additional staff, funds, and expensive equipment. This is another reason to say no to this high-density PMUD zoning request. Fact 3, as we continue to add more development, we won't have the resources for education. There is, again, a statewide shortage of teachers and staff, and we have that too. As of this morning, our public schools employment page lists that we have 6 high school opening positions, 2 middle school teachers, 9 elementary teachers, as well as administrators, coaches, tutors, support staff, security staff, technology staff, and on and on. These figures should give you pause. This is another reason to say no to a high-density PMUD rezoning request. We also don't have adequate infrastructure that's been talked about a lot tonight. Pierceville is a historic site that has not been given its due. Preserving this site is the best course of action. This has been discussed repeatedly, but our pleas fall on deaf ears. In addition, the protection of a historic downtown neighborhood has not been given its due either.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dick Rice. Evening again, sir.
Good evening, Dick Grice, 415 Muirfield, Smithfield, Virginia. A couple of things I have not seen tonight in the developer's presentation was one comment that was on there that is not well known. Had it not been a phone call to the powers to be from Mr. Joe Luter III, we wouldn't have a hospital on the books for another 2 to 4 years. We got that hospital passed the first time out. That's just short of being a miracle. Now, as a gray-haired old man standing here, I'm telling you, I really need that hospital. And you know, the people with gray hair in this room, so they do too. So I'm encouraging you to understand where the Luters are coming from. They are well-meaning. There may be lots of questions yet to be resolved. Do not vote this project down. I've only known two gentlemen in my life that cared more about their community than the Looters. One was Les Wexner, Limited Stores, Columbus, Ohio. And the other one was a fellow by the name of Sam Walton out in Bentonville. They cared about their communities, just like the Looters care here. We need not to vote. If you cannot vote to support this project tonight, I highly recommend you table it and you move quickly to resolve the questions that have been addressed here this evening. Because the people to my right, sitting with Mr. Luter this evening, are not working for free. And at some point in time, this project doesn't make good business sense. And when that happens, and if he doesn't pursue this, sells off the land, the next developer that comes in here won't be spending his money on architects and on historic site preservation. They'll be spending on attorneys to say that this town is not allowing them to use their property and that they own and should have a right to do. So I support this project. If there's still questions, get them answered, get it moving, and if it has to be, there's changes need to be made, work with the developer and get them done, please. The next thing is not going to be pretty. And if I can draw upon one other thing. About a decade ago, there was a firm called International Paper. They walked out of the community. This county has been recovering. Franklin still hasn't when they walked out. We brought back some industry. But we lost 10% of our revenue stream. That can't happen again, folks, not in a small community like Smithfield. It really can't. So please work with the developer, get it resolved. If you have to table it tonight, do so. Put a task force, get it resolved, and get more people involved in that task force. I think Mr. Smith knows all about task force.
1 minute.
So that's all I have to say, and I don't envy your position. I'm in it on a monthly basis.
Thanks, sir. Gina Ippolito.
Her mother failed at the nursing home.
Oh, goodness, okay. Vicki Adams.
I'm Vicki Adams. I live in Gray Street. I've been a Smithfieldian since about 1971. I married somebody locally here. And when I lived across from Smithfield Station, I did Airbnb. I'm rambling, I know, because I had not prepared notes like some great people have. 20,000 cars passed in front of that house. People complained about the noise. Can you imagine what it's going to get to be? I now live on Thomas Street, which is sort of an extension of Gray Street. 2,000 cars. People don't complain about the noise anymore. But I don't want it to. Also, I walk my dogs. I know the street. I know the downtown. I'm one of those secret trash picker-upper people. I'm one of those people that go to everybody in the farmer's market and talk to them and know they didn't make enough sales to cover their booth that day. I don't know what y'all are thinking. They can't afford that. They're not going to be able to do the farmer's market, the fancy one up the hill. It ain't going to happen for them. Y'all are supposed to be representing us. You're supposed to be for us. but we don't feel it. For every person sitting in this room, oh, by the way, I don't like the fact that I have to turn my back on all my friends to talk to you all. I think the microphone should be more like this. Hi.
Ma'am, we've not made any decision yet. We haven't done anything that you're accusing us of, and you're out of order. And if you want to address the chair and address the council, please do so.
What have I done wrong?
Proceed.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to reclaim my time.
The time is running, ma'am. You need to speak.
I'd like to have the minute back that I just lost.
Sure.
Mallory Square, we weren't in favor of that either, but we weren't listened to.
I wasn't here.
I don't know that, but I'm just saying we feel frustrated.
I wasn't here.
We feel frustrated. We don't feel we're represented by you all. We know people have spoke positive, have had some money in the game. I don't have a dog in the race. I love Smithfield. But I just hear people who, 99% of them exception of one or two, have something to gain from this property. Let's be real. Stop lying. Let's be honest. What does this actually do to downtown? People coming in from nurses' offices and things. Oh, and the blackmail, we're going to take your hospital away, we're going to close Smithfield Foods. They've been cutting back anyway in Smithfield Foods. They don't cure hams there anymore. They're probably going to close it anyway in 5 years. They've cut, since the Chinese moved in, the wages have been cut by a third. Where I live, the administrative people walk in front of my house at lunch every day. I don't know why they do that, but they do. And every year there's different people. They just kind of go through. So I don't like to be blackmailed, and I don't like being lied to. None of us do. And for every person sitting here, there's 100 people that could be in that seat that feel the same way. Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you for listening to me. And as a new Christian, before I got up here, I've said, Holy Ghost, please let me keep my tongue in check. And I want to know that forgiveness was my topic for today. And not only do I have forgiveness, but I also want to say I want to pray for each of you to make the right decision. I want you to pray with me and really understand that we do love you and you're in a tough place, but please, please say no. We have codes and regulations for a reason. Enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Linda Spady? Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. This is the third time I've been before the Town Council about Grange. My name is Linda Spady. I live at 221 Carey Street. My backyard faces the farm, the Pierceville farm. I had the same concern the first two times, and I'm going to have the same concern this time. Carey Street, I'm not talking about the project at all. I'm talking about the traffic. I'm very, very sad and disappointed that the town did not do their own traffic study. I just learned that tonight from one of the speakers. At my last speaking to this group, I asked the council members and the developers and Mr. Luter to please drive to Carey Street because you can't meet a car on it. I literally have to pull over every time I go in and out of my home to meet a car. Please look at Carey Street. It does not make any sense whatsoever to me that you could put 600 more cars on a street that you can't meet a car on. Carey Street is a block. It's a residential street. It's like 100 block of Carey Street is one way. The 200 block of Carey Street, I think, should be one way. There are thousands of people coming from Mill Swamp using it as a thoroughfare, and it's a street. It's a street of homes. And I propose that the town do a serious traffic study. If I heard correctly, there's one entrance from 10, and it's one way. There's no exit to 10, the Great Big 10 highway, but you're going to put 600 cars every day in and out on Cary Street. I think VDOT needs to be involved. I think a bypass or an overpass, as the other man suggested, should take people to and from Mill Swamp, and Cary Street should be a dead end at the bridge. That's just my proposal, but we've heard other people say today that I don't want to sell my house and move, but that little street cannot take this traffic. Gray Street can't either. Look at the traffic. That's all I'm asking. I'm not opposed to this plan. I just beg you to look at that traffic on Cary, Grace, Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spady. Leanne Abbott Lehman. Good evening.
Okay, unlike Judy, who was prepared with glasses, I'm going to live dangerously, so I apologize. So I'm here to speak, I'm sorry, Lee Abbott Lehman, 111 Thomas Street. I'm here to speak from the gray area, right? It's a beautiful spot, and I would encourage a lot of people in the room to maybe consider it, because everything has gotten very black and white with this conversation, and I do think that there is room for compromise, and I do think there's room for listening on both sides. I see merits in the project, and I'm going to probably refer to we because my husband and I have talked about this quite a bit. We do see a lot of merits in the project. The need for housing at different price points, different sizes, absolutely important. Growth for merchants downtown. I love going to the different merchants downtown, and it would excite me to have them have additional customers. All of the things that we've heard. Housing for the people who will be at Riverside. Okay, obviously very important as well. With that said, there is also a density issue. And does one development need to address all of the issues that we're trying to solve in the town? And I would say that's a bit of a stretch for one development. We have heard a lot over time from Mr. Luter, from the video that was displayed from some of the people on his team about some of the different things that would be coming in. There are a lot of talking points that we keep hearing, but frankly, a lot of the townspeople's concerns are just not being addressed. The traffic, as Linda just talked about, is on Gray Street. I can tell you, the number of cars, absolutely, not only has it increased, but it's the hours, it's the time range of the traffic. So now when you talk about increasing households and increasing commercial space, it's kind of the worst of both worlds from a traffic flow standpoint, because there really isn't a break. The statement that it'll be, or the information that it'll be right-hand only out of onto 10 to go up to the plant, that's helpful for people that work at the plant. But the traffic that we see on Gray Street is not just the plant workers. I don't know at what point Smithfield Foods was told that it was just the shift workers that were the problem. If that's the case, they were given incorrect information, because I can tell you, I see a heck of a lot of white-collar people speeding up and down my street, blaring their radio just as loud as anybody going to the plant. As far as Cary Street, if the development team has not yet gone onto Cary Street, I urge you to. I'm not trying to be rude, but I do have a point to address to them, so I'm going to say Ms. Venable and Mr. Luter, and then I'll turn my back to you. I had an incident where I was walking my dog on Cary Street, and the street is so narrow that when two pickup trucks were trying to pass each other, one of them came up onto the sidewalk that I was on in broad daylight. And they're literally, whether they were impatient, whatever, they obviously shouldn't have done it. But if a sidewalk area is that dangerous for traffic egress, what is that development going to do? The other issue that I have that just does not get addressed is the Gray Street exit, entrance egress, however you want to phrase it. We hear a lot about, and we've heard it mentioned in different planning commission meetings, how dangerous the curve is by Kofor. I'm not saying it's the safest curve. having taught 2 teens how to drive, only one successfully around that curve on the first pass. I know it is not the safest
1 minute.
curve. Thank you. However, you're taking that same curve and you're diverting it into an area between a retention pond or parking lots and pedestrian traffic. And it's still going to be a sharp turn, or a left turn. So I don't understand how that is at all a safe situation, and that's not something that's addressed. If this project is very important to Smithfield Foods, and they are such a large employer in our state, I would hope that they can help get the ear of VDOT to suggest maybe a little further down to the left, the north, we'll go with north, to move the exit and hopefully then a multi-directional access for the property. That really is the only way to make it work, not sending the people into the downtown, which is where they're, in Gray Street, which is where they're gonna go. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Abbott, appreciate it. Charles Bryan. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, Mayor Bowman, Vice Mayor Butler, council members, and the wonderful citizens of this town, Smithfield. My name is Charles Bryan, 804 Andrews, Smithfield, Virginia, and I'm going to be reading quite fast. I have quite a bit to put in 5 minutes. On Mondays, I have seen residents, visitors, and tourists wandering in search of some activity and interest. Many of the establishments on Main Street are closed. Does downtown Smithfield need additional points of interest to fill this void? Yes, of course. Presently, our town has 2 issues related to the Grange at 10 Main. The first is a large, vacant, unattractive lot at the end of Smithfield's treasured downtown district and character. Second is the traffic on Cary and Grace. With cooperation between the town and the developer, Grange at 10 Main can address both. I'm going to read from a book that was recommended reading for Planning Commission certification, Virginia Tech, Professor Michael Chandler taught. The ability to keep the long view. Good commissioners will develop a sense of how things that are done now will affect the future of the community, especially the people who will one day be residents but haven't arrived yet. This is from Certified Planning Training. The book, The Job of the Planning Commissioner, page 69, note D, the author is Albert Solnit. During the Planning Commission approval of the PMUD ordinance, I do not recall a negative vote against it. This is an ideal time to put the new PMUD zoning to use. I feel some commissioners do not appreciate the use of this new ordinance and driven by versatility and innovation in planning. The ordinance allows waiver of height restrictions when warranted. The applicant has explained the purpose of his request. After the initial consideration from the commission, cooperatively, the applicant revised and reduced the original heights. Justly, the waiver is warranted. I have never encountered anyone walking or driving past any building and ascertaining if it is 35 feet in height or a mere 7 feet higher. Grange to 52 feet 4-story buildings are tucked away from any view outside its boundaries. There is nothing out of the ordinary here. A waiver of the height restriction is not out of the ordinary. The planned mixed-use development ordinance itself states in Article 3J2 3C, uses permitted by special use permit. Number 24, waiver of maximum building height. Because of this, I see no valid reason to deny a waiver for the requested heights. Forward thinking is not just inherent in planning, it is required. If Smithfield does not look forward with action, the town becomes stagnant, stuck, rust, and eventually fails. We are not immune from decline, as has been proven in recent decades. But years ago, someone took action to revitalize our town. We have an opportunity now to reinvigorate Smithfield with a broader economical footing for its future. Smithfield is not only the home of a Fortune 500 company, it is a popular tourist destination with the benefits of that reputation. We can enhance this popular destination and our town's economic engine going forward while maintaining Smithfield as a community of choice for its residents and visitors.
1 minute.
Cary and Gray Street traffic will not be resolved by doing nothing. I foresee it becoming worse by development along Mill Swamp Road, its feeder roads, and beyond. With impetus from the Grange, more traffic controls can be instituted on both streets to make them less desirable as choices for fast traffic. In the past Saturday at the post office, this past Saturday, I talked with a family visiting from Switzerland and an individual just moved here from Chesapeake. During my recent road trip through other rural small communities, I saw both vibrant and declined communities. Some current residents are comfortable as our town stands today, and they suggest we do nothing. We are obligated to plan for this town's future 5, 10 years and more out. Height restriction waivers are not new in Smithfield and is applied to more than the hotel on Route 10.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bryan, you're also the chairman of the Planning Commission, correct?
Yes, sir.
We've heard tonight that more time is needed, more deliberation, more things to be considered, things like that. Y'all had 3 meetings, correct? 3 total gatherings as far as, or more?
Under consideration, yes, sir. But I would say it's more than that.
You know how many hours you spent?
Not probably. Well, we had one meeting that was probably 2 meetings that was just as long as this one, and then we had the special work session.
I had the clerk check, and y'all were over 11 hours there. How much time did you spend, if you don't mind I ask personally, going through the 950-page application?
It's hard to say. We get the agenda probably, I think it's the Thursday, the week before our meeting. I mean, no, it's the Thursday before our meeting. We have about 4 days to go through that information.
Yeah. Dr. Pope indicated in a text to me today it was about 10 hours that he spent on it and more going back and forth. I guess my question, what I'm trying to grasp, there's been some suggestion that we delay, we go back, we do more, we find the answers to certain questions. During the course of the Planning Commission meetings that you held, did y'all attempt to answer every question that was proffered to you by the citizens there? And number 2, if we sent this back to the Planning Commission, what could we expect to gain other than the report that we have now?
Well, first,
This is on mine, Mr. Reddick, it's not his.
Yes, sir. First, I would say the Planning Commission attempted to answer all of the questions from citizen concerns. Perhaps a lot of the answers may not have been the answers that they wanted. And if it came back to the Planning Commission, I see no gain. We have made a decision, and we've gone through this, through all the various meetings over the past, I would say more than a year. I see nothing to gain by resubmitting it back to us.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next is, my eyes are starting to run together. Teresa Mulherron? I'm sorry? Well, the problem was somebody came and gave me a note that said scratch number 35. They did, it's right there. He'll validate it for me. But event number 36.
That was Russ McConnell.
I wouldn't kid you, it's right there, so that's why I was. So please state your name and where you live.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Mulherron, 206 Washington Street. Don't worry, I won't be so painful. I've been up 20 hours now, and I have to get up at 2 a.m. to go to work again, so. But I stayed, and I'm here to speak. So a couple reminders for you as you make and I went to the planning commissions, by the way. I can speak as a citizen. been bullied. We've been told, well, what would you build, et cetera. So people really didn't speak, and no, we didn't get all of our questions answered. So I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
I have our comprehensive plan open. So the comprehensive plan, the citizen problems that were identified, infrastructure, speeding, streetlights, overdevelopment, traffic, et cetera. Sound familiar tonight? And then within the comprehensive plan, one of our goals is managed growth. So a reminder of that from our comprehensive plan. Managed growth is at 300 dwelling units here, 800 in the Scott Farm, another 300 off of Turner Drive. I don't know, that's up to you. I can speak. I know everyone's happy about the hospital. It's great they got $1 million. There's not going to be nurses to staff it. We're going to have to borrow from Peter to pay Paul. That's the reality. Teach you another secret about healthcare. The doctors are all consolidating where their specialties are, and good for them. They want a life. So they're not taking call in 5 different hospitals during the week. So you get cared for, you get transferred, and if you're lucky, there's an ambulance to transfer you, and you don't have to wait 5 hours. And so there's a lot to be learned about just adding a hospital and what else is going to happen. I don't know if you know about the nursing shortage. Many of you, I know you do, know about the nursing shortage. And so I am one of those old nurses. I am proud to say I have started my 43rd year.
Thank you.
So I plan to retire someday. The average age of the nurse in Virginia is 50 to 54 years old. Many of us by 2030 will be retired. That's the reality the administrators are facing. So I thought I'd give you a little bit of healthcare education. I am opposed to the density, and if COVID taught us nothing else, density kills. Density kills because of proximity. We do have rules in the town. That's what our code is. And so if the answer is, oh, if you don't want to do it, just get a waiver, that's a little scary to me. But that's the decisions that you face tonight. I think that if we follow the rules we've already built, this would be a great development. I'm actually opposed to the 4 stories because of density. And so I'll add to that. Hopefully you all drove by Bridgeport. We had recommended that. You get the feel for the wall that all those stories are. That is the feel we're going to have on the entrance corridor with that wall. And so lastly, something not related to the Grange. Not related to it. I need somebody to investigate the parking situation on North Mason and Thomas Street because the cars are just lining up on the corner. It's dangerous. I've almost been head-on collision 4 times already because they're parking right up to the corner. You can't see. So you got to swing out to go on Mason. And everybody knows nobody drives the speed limit on Mason Street or Washington Street. And lastly, my seize the day, because to say carpe diem means you ignore what could happen the next day. My seize the day is as if we have $6 million plus $3.4 million to deal with this project, then let's just give $2 million back to Mr. Luter. Let's buy that property like we asked the town to in the first place, and let's put up those hydroponic barns and keep the farm. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Shelley Perry.
Hello, my name is Shelley Perry, and I live at 13458 Melissa Drive, not even in town. I am totally opposed to this, and I'll tell you why. Traffic is one of the major concerns that I have. Going down Main Street, going and seeing the unique stores that are not anywhere else. Go walking down Friday nights, listening to the concert, going to get an ice cream. All this will change. Nobody mentioned something, but you know what we do that nobody else around here does? We have community Halloween night. All the kids dress up. They go to all the stores uptown, and then they walk back down Gray Street, and these people have these wonderful houses decorated. Nobody else does that. It's a small town appeal. I moved here 29 years ago. There was nothing here 29 years ago. To make it even better, I had a chance to move here 42 years ago, and I said absolutely not. There was nothing here. I don't know if y'all know who Paul White is. He used to be a builder. He built all the houses that's down near where not the dump, but the transfer station. There's 2 houses down there that's got a lot of nail holes on their floor, because when my husband worked for him, I helped. And I wasn't a very good person putting nails in the floor, but I learned. And Paul White wanted us to, he told us he would help us build a house here, and I said, absolutely not. I was a city girl. My parents were raised in a small town in Carolina called Loris. Look it up. It's the home of the chicken bog. We were the home of the ham, country ham. We're not anymore. Nobody knows what you're talking about. And for the people who think Joe Luter's doing the great, oh, he's gave us money. But I don't know if y'all know about the comic Popeye. There was a guy on Popeye that always said, if you give me a hamburger today, I'll give it to you Tuesday. I don't have money to put into this. I don't. But I'd be willing to put some of it along with 90% of these other people who said, hey, give Joe his money back. We don't want it. Why? You gave us money for the Luter, for the park. But where did you get the other money? Town paid part of it. County paid part of it. You got money. What did we get? Higher taxes, more traffic. But think, well, before y'all decide to vote, please listen to the people. We put you there. Joe Luter did not put you in the seat you are sitting at. Every one of you were put here by all of us. And all of us can vote you right back out. Joe Luter can't help you then. What's he going to do? Oh, well, if you give me $1 million, I'll help you get back in. Where are you going to get the $1 million? Think. There's a lot of questions on this that have not been answered, as you've heard tonight. There's too many unknowns. Yes, we do need growth, but not right now. We've got plenty of places, but we don't have enough police officers. What are you going to do when one of those apartments catch fire? Look how close they are. Then the next one catches fire. We don't have the rescue. We don't have the police. What are you going to do about crime rate? You know it's going to go up. There's no doubt. Anytime you put new places out, you get people coming.
1 minute.
There's crime. And you know it, and you know we do not have the officers. We do not have the EMTs. Right now, we don't have the hospital yet. So then you got to travel all that way across the JRB or go to Oversea and fight all the traffic. What are you going to do if your loved one is in that back of that ambulance dying and they get stuck on the JRB? Or they get stuck going to Suffolk because you've got thousands more cars now on the way. And people don't exactly move like they should. Thank you for your time, and I hope you really consider the people. Because remember, every seat and every time you come to this meeting, it's us that put you there, and it's us that can take you out.
I think she said she lived on Melissa Drive. I don't think that's in the town of Smithfield. Okay, Mr. Harris, Bill Harris. Last but certainly not least. I've seen folks that kind of waited till the very end of the sign-up sheet. This is not my
really
first
the last
rodeo.
speaker? No, is this the last one signed up?
Yes. Yes, and just for your information, not to run you away from Mr. Harris's comments, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break after this. So just to give you all a heads up for what it's worth. We've been going at it
All
since
set?
7 o'clock. Proceed, please, sir.
Mike, okay?
Yes, sir.
Bill Harris, 329 Gray Street. The question before you guys tonight is whether or not to approve the applicant's request to rezone the property known as 10 Grange from mostly community conservation to a planned mixed-use development zone. Been a lot of talk about the grain in general tonight, a lot of conversation about some of the special use permit requests, but you know, there's been very little open discussion about whether or not creating a PMUD on the old Piercefield property is a good thing for the town of Smithfield. The developer has not made a compelling argument that rezoning to PMUD is necessary for a high-profit development, nor has he pointed out in any substantive fashion how PMUD will be of any benefit to the town itself. Typically, when a developer has access to attractive land zoned PMUD, that developer has virtually a free hand to put onto that land any type of building that he wants. The fear that many of us have is that if you rezone Pierceville as a PMUD zone, the citizens and the town council could in fact lose control over the development as it proceeds. In a PMUD situation, the plans and the structures that we now see presented by the developer could change without much oversight on the part of the town council. If the PMUD request is granted, then there would be little ability for the town to stop any future owners of any of the buildings at 10 Grange from knocking down that building and replacing it with a fast food restaurant or a heavy rig truck repair operation, or perhaps a strip mall that could house a number of shops whose products and services would be unsuitable for historic Main Street. The history of PMUDs all over this area tells us that those types of changes are more likely to happen than not. We really must avoid that at all costs, given that this is the entryway into the historic district of Smithfield, and what goes on to that property must be restricted so as to comply with and enhance the existing historic community look and atmospherics. There's no doubt that an investor that buys a huge tract of land should be able to proceed with developing that land in a way that allows him to produce a good product and maximize profit. However, it is also right that those affected by the future development should expect the developer to play by the rules that were in place when he purchased the property. It's true the developer will always have the option to request zoning waivers, but the town is absolutely under no obligation to honor any of those requests. Zoning waiver requests that call for a tweaking of this requirement or that regulation happen all the time, and in most cases are approved. Requesting a series of special use permit zoning waivers that will have the effect of changing the flavor, appearance, and atmospherics of a whole section of our town and arguably exceeds the common practice of seeking minor zoning variances. And in this particular case, none of this is really necessary for the developer to accomplish his goals as stated in public meetings and as presented in his own plans. It's definitely true that some rezoning of the Piercefield property tract would be necessary for Mr. Luter to accomplish his development goals. A zoning variance could be approved that would allow extending the now commercial zone that faces Main Street to be extended back into the Piercefield property to allow for additional retail space, the doctor's office, and the rental properties. Zoning variances for the rest of the acreage could be approved to allow a variety of residential dwellings to be built on the property. Rezoning the Piercefield tract in these ways would allow a developer to have the opportunity to create a retail zone as well as to build a residential neighborhood of high quality and high profit, while at the same time preventing any unrestricted changes in the development of the Piercefield tract. A no vote on the PMUD application is all that is necessary to set the stage for a different, more fair, and more equitable approach to the developing of the Piercefield tract. And finally, let's acknowledge that the real reason any developer would want land rezoned PMUD is to maximize future profit in the development of that land. Land that is zoned PMUD is much more attractive to future partners and future purchasers down the road. A PMUD property requires developers to jump through fewer hoops and allows for much more unregulated development, and therefore is much more appealing to developers of all type of projects. The concept of PMUD on its face is not a bad one, but PMUD is not a good fit. It is not a good fit for Piercefield tract in any way, shape, or form. We cannot take the chance that this entry point into the historic section of our little riverside town could ever possibly become anything other than attractive and welcoming to our citizens and our visitors. I urge you to vote no on the applicant's request to rezone Piercefield to a planned mixed-use development and to keep control over the development of Tim Grange in the hands of the town council where it belongs.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. My watch says it's exactly 10:15. We're going to recess for 15 minutes and reconvene at 10:30. Take your time, sir. You
My
do.
apologies.
And for the record, if you would, please restate your name. Just
Yes,
one more.
Joe Luter, 4.
Thank
19.
you. Proceed, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've got 4 comments that I would like to make, and I think we need to get some clarification on some things. There's either a lot of confusion or a lot of misinformation. Number 1, we're here to talk about rezoning. If this project is rezoned and approved, we will still be required to go through an extensive BHAR review for all architectural plans on any and all buildings in this community. Is that correct?
Correct. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Number 2, the density that we are proposing for this project is below what the PMUD allows for this piece of property. Is that not correct?
Tammy?
In totality, the total density that we are proposing, it's just that we have configured it differently because we put a high emphasis on a lot of green space. But there's been a lot of conversation about density. The actual density that we are proposing for this site is lower than is allowed by the PMUD.
If you're looking at the project as a whole, it comes in at 3.4 overall, but just looking at, or excuse me, it comes in
7.9.
7.9. But just looking at the multifamily, what the PMUD states is that it's 12 dwelling units per developer acre, and just looking at the multifamily part of it is 27.5.
But the point I would like to make is the actual density that is permitted on this piece of property is higher than what we were asking for. We're just choosing to think ahead, to be visionary, and to ensure that we've got a lot of green space in this project. So I think it's important that the council, Mayor and the council, that you all understand that fact, because there seems to be a lot of perception that we're trying to put more density than is permitted on this property when you look at it as a whole. Number 3, if we do our jobs with this project, you heard tonight, one of the traffic issues is because there are a lot of people that work at Smithfield that don't want to live in town. And so they're part of the traffic problem. They're driving in from Suffolk, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, wherever they might be driving. If we do our job and provide housing that they want, the fact of the matter is a lot of them will probably walk to work or ride a bike. Again, big focus on this project is walkability. The last point I want to make is money is not driving this project. My father's not looking to make a bunch of money. We're not looking to make a bunch of money on this project. That is not the
Can y'all
driving.
please be quiet in the audience? Please be respectful. Thank you.
That is not the driving factor, and I just want to reiterate that. I'm going to have Melissa speak to several things that were also said and we think are important to share with you all, and then Karen is going to talk about traffic. Thank you.
Good evening. Tip, would you go back to the list of the timeline, the chronology?
Yeah, and would you please state your name again?
Yes,
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
apologize. Melissa Venable, Land Planning Solutions, 5857 Harborview Boulevard in Suffolk.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to go through this very, very briefly and note Thunderbird, who was hired by Historic Concepts, did the first study on the property. There was a phase 1 done, a phase 2 environmental site assessment, and then Carol Tyree, who's a registered professional archaeologist who owns the company called Circa, Cultural Resource Management Company, did the grave study for us, and we have submitted the results of that to you. So there were multiple professionals in regard to the archaeology. DHR would not activate until the actual disturbance of the site was proposed, and we had to submit that type of disturbance if they saw that there was a problem. But during a rezoning, DHR wouldn't be activated. So I wanted to get clarification on that. Further, just because of my history on the site and working on this several years ago, and again to date, there was an architect that had actually come into my office years ago and had tons of history and information about the property. And what I remembered, and I'm sure there's people in the room that can acknowledge this, is the Pierceville property was a large farm that extended past Cary Street out to the Pagan River. There are graves that have been found along Goose Hill Way
estates or properties that currently exist. I think there's some people in the room that might have those grave sites on their properties. What Carol Tyree had mentioned to me when the graves weren't found actually on the farmed property that has been farmed year after year after year is that many times those graves are found actually closer to the waterway or the river or within the wooded areas. And like I said, we know of that grave sites that are off of Goose Hill Way right on people's residential property. So I hope that helps some, but DHR will be activated if it's necessary as we move past the zoning portion of this and into engineering the property. So I hope that is helpful. The PMUD, as it was approved a year or two ago, and I apologize for not remembering, it encourages exceptions to allow for flexibility to react to site, to design, to location, and so on and so forth. We are following the rules of what was set forth. We are not asking for anything additional or any exceptions outside of what the PMUD had asked us to do. Mr. Lanier, I thank you so much for your involvement and your concern, and I share those concerns. The pond will be a detention pond, absolutely, positively. It will send water down the 36-inch pipe in Main Street to Little Creek, which is currently a system is already in place there. Will the pond retain water? Potentially it will retain some water as well. If we can figure out a way to put the topography that's at a 10 in that location and rises up to a 37-foot, so it goes from 10 up to 37 feet fairly quickly. It's probably the most grade change we have in the town. If we could figure out a way to put that under a parking lot, we will do it. But I don't know that we can. So I know the pond will be a detention pond. Will it also retain water? It might, but we have to get into the engineering of the site to be able to get further into it. What I can tell you we will do is we will have plantings outside of the pond area. So oh, I apologize. There's a graphic behind you as well, if that's helpful. So we'll have the Main Street sidewalk. We will have, and we very specifically propose this, a thorny evergreen hedgerow that will separate pedestrian traffic from a fence. We will plan for the thorny hedgerow and a fence, and then planting on the other side of that fence, so that that will be a people won't be attracted to, let's jump in the pond. And we're hoping it'll be more like a park setting as opposed to big blue watery area. Ooh, we aren't going to make it so it looks like a pond that you want to go swimming in. It's going to be a park setting. Surrounding that fenced area and landscaped area will be walkways and seating areas, but we are trying to put in place distractions so that no one would want to enter into that pond area. And I really hope that's helpful, and I appreciate Mr. Lanier coming meeting after meeting and sitting down and talking with us.
He's very passionate about it.
He is, and I appreciate it. We even spoke, he's part of the board of directors on the Schoolhouse Museum, so we had personal conversations as well about it. So I wish I could sit here and promise you something that I know is going to, I know we're going to have at final engineering, but we're not at final engineering. We're at rezoning, and we have to get past rezoning to get into the dirty details of pond design and so forth. So I hope that is helpful. I also, if we can move forward to, I wanted to get into a little bit further phasing of this project. I think that's super important to understand that this project's going to happen in phases. It's not going to all happen at one time.
That was my question. Tell me about the phases, if you would. And then
absolutely, absolutely. So the phasing of the property, the plans specifically phased or designed so that the Smithfield market can come online as soon as possible, giving the market a permanent location. This is important due to the uncertainty of the current location. With the Smithfield market construction, there will be a need for surrounding infrastructure and parking, as you know, hence the yellow area not just being on the market itself. There'll also be a small amount of single-family houses that come along with their own clubhouse and pool area that is planned with that development. The front entry park area, which we just talked about, which is the pond, parking, the village green, recreation area, pickleball area, will all be part of phase 1. Our hope is to begin engineering this portion of the site to be submitted and gain approval within a year. We are hopeful that construction can begin in late 2024, early 2025. The remainder of this project will very much be dependent on the market conditions and the acceptance and success of this first phase. The Luter family is hoping that the complete build-out of the project would be within 7 to 10 years. But note that the first phase is a year, then we pause and we say, is this successful? Is this working? I apologize for delaying. I'm trying to skip through a lot of the things. We talked about the detention pond. I did want to give you kind of an anecdotal. I moved here 20 years ago. I lived in McLean, Virginia before I moved here. I was a single female that lived in a 4-story building with an enclosed corridor, which doesn't resonate to all of us because not everybody in this room has been in a multifamily building, let alone lived in a multifamily building. So you have the garden style with the concrete steps, and you walk up and you enter into the second floor or third floor. But a closed corridor meant that I could work late or go out to dinner, park my car, walk into my building, and as soon as I key fobbed into the building, I was safe. That was a big deal for me. And I moved here 20 years ago, and I looked for something similar so I could get used to what this area was like. I live right over the line in Suffolk. There was nothing to be found. It was terribly disappointing. So I want to reiterate what we've heard over and over again. The idea of having a 4-story building that has these enclosed corridors that can attract people from Riverside and attract Smithfield workers to come here and live here, it's a big deal. We see this in Williamsburg. We see this in some of the higher-end Virginia Beach places, but not very local. And I think it's a real important key to this project. Lastly, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have Karen come up and talk about traffic because I think that's super important and the proposed street grid. Go ahead.
Perfect, sorry. Karen McPherson, McPherson Consulting, 317 Office Square Lane in Virginia Beach. As I shared with the Planning Commission, I will tell you that this development has had one of the most extensive traffic reviews that I have been doing, and I'm going to, for the sake of this, for my 35-year career. You've had VDOT residency, VDOT district, you've had your staff, and your staff has hired an independent consultant, Kimley Horn, to do the review. What I wanted to clarify and what I stated at the Planning Commission is I have the utmost respect because prior to opening my firm 10 years ago, I was an owner and a shareholder at Kimley Horn for 21 years. You all are in good hands, and they reviewed the study McPherson did completely independently. Every page was turned, every level of service was checked, the 50-page document, and we got comments on the technical appendix. So you have had an independent review of the study. And at the end of the day, everybody has agreed to the recommendations that the Grange is able to mitigate our traffic, meet level of service, and meet all the extensive queuing. So I just wanted to clear the record. You have had a very thorough independent study, and everybody is on the same page. So first and foremost, when we started this a year ago, the improvements that VDOT is taking at 10 and Grange, the purpose of this is to add additional capacity on Main Street, and what that does is allow you to optimize signal timing. So you can improve capacity two ways. You can add pavement or you can add signal timing. So VDOT is undertaking this. As part of our analysis, we made sure that we did no harm and that this improvement could be accommodated with the Grange, not only to accommodate the turn lanes, but to connect the pedestrian and improve the actuation across this intersection. And we were successfully able to do that. What I did want to talk about really quickly is the additional evaluation that we were asked to do by VDOT and the consultant, which was extensive queuing. So if you can go to the next one, and I won't get into this because I've got 2 minutes. When you look at queuing, and I'm not going to get into all the geeky stuff, there's different ways that we could look at it. Maximum, average, 25th. We did all of that. Next one. And we did this for 7 scenarios, existing, background in phase 1, background plus 6 years, build, no build, with limited access, without. So again, the most extensive study I've done for this type of development. With all of this, we were able to identify that the proposed storage lanes, not only at the intersection, but along Main Street, could accommodate the future traffic at full build-out. So again, just wanted to reiterate, we did a lot of analysis, and it has been reviewed by VDOT and your consultant. So the final thing that I wanted to say is that we were able to meet level of service, we were able to meet queuing, and the big thing that we started with was access management on Main Street, which is, you've heard us talk about the roadway network, shifting the main entrance to align with Church Manor Trail. All the roads within the Grange, the 10 at Grange, are going to be public streets to provide continuity between the neighborhoods. But the biggest draw for us is that residential traffic will come to the external roadway and access Main and 10. Our intent is not to create more traffic on Cary Street. That's why we have that robust network. So with that, I'm going to pause. I think we made it under our 15, and if you all have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions from members of council?
Mayor Bowman, I do have a question.
I'm sorry?
I do have a question.
Please proceed.
So, Karen, you're a traffic professional, right? I've been wanting to ask this all night of someone, so
Yes.
you win.
Yes.
You know, traffic downtown, I drove to the YMCA today. I mean, you know, I try to go, I should go more, but anyway, I did go today.
Yes.
To increase my endorphins. And there is a lot of traffic downtown, right?
Sure.
I'm wondering on Gray Street, would it make sense to make that parking on both sides and one way? Like one way from the development to the plant?
On Gray Street.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of, so Gray Street is a public street. You have to provide access to the residents. If you did that, there's always going to be a ripple effect. So you might fix Gray Street, but they're going to go one street over and one street left. It's a public network. I mean, we'd like to keep all the people on Main Street. Commuters are going to find the path of least resistance. When we looked at that and we looked at queuing, we've looked at reorienting the stop signs, maybe making it a four-way stop sign. So we had all these discussions with VDOT and our proposed network. So we did not look at fixing an existing problem. Our focus on this traffic was to connect appropriately and make sure we're mitigating our traffic to the external network. But that would be something that you would suggest to, you know, the town and VDOT to look at overall, you know, access. But if you did make something one way, the reverse, the traffic's going to move somewhere else.
And then what do you think about another connection past the proposed development, past the bridge, like that would connect possibly again to Route 10? Like extension of Cary, is that possible?
So as an extension of Cary, initially when we had brought this, the access on 10, that was a very specific discussion with VDOT. So Route 10 is a limited access facility. So to provide a break on that, this study, if it's approved, would then serve as a request for a limited access break that has to move forward with VDOT. VDOT was very firm up front at the initial meetings that they would only allow an in. They are trying to minimize the impacts to the overall limited access facility. So it was all we could do to get an in off of 10. I think to look at a more comprehensive access, that would require a significant amount of traffic that I'm not sure you have in this area.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. So VDOT would only allow an in into the project?
Correct. That was based on their direction because Route 10 is a VDOT limited access facility. We have to ask to break the limited access in order to create a direct access in. And so they understand that this alleviates the burden on the intersection of 10 and Main. But, you know, initially we were like full access, right in, right out, and this is what we were, this was amenable to the department.
But it doesn't alleviate the problem on Mill Swamp Road, Cary Street, and Gray Street?
So for our study area focused on the limited access of what this development was going to put on the external roadway network. So if those are existing concerns further beyond this study area, that was not addressed in this.
Okay.
Further questions?
I do have a question.
Yes.
I
Vice
know
Mayor.
when Tammy introduced the project to us, and I'm not real sure if one of the developers talked about, when you talked about the height restrictions of the 4-story apartment buildings, there were 2 footages that I had, feet that I had, 46 and a half and 52 feet. Can you explain to me why?
She went away.
There were actually 3 measurements that were quoted.
Okay,
52 feet is the maximum height of any building that was requested in the original application by the developer. We are actually below that.
okay,
So the 4-story flat roof building with the historic parapets, the highest of those parapets, and there are 2 parapet heights within the length of the building, the highest of those 2 parapets right now is 50 feet. The reason we did not reduce the 52-foot request is because we're still early in the project, and we want to be absolutely certain that further requests for design enhancements on the part of a stakeholder or a board don't add a little bit of height, nor do we yet have absolutely and completely detailed site topographic information. And so it may be that along the length of the building, it's got to step just a little bit, and that changes the overall height. So those extra 2 feet are merely a bit of insurance.
I do have another hypothetical, and I don't know any possibility. One of the citizens talked about the placement of the apartments and the hotel. Is there a particular reason that you all chose the placements of where they are? Because one of my concerns, or trying to visualize it, is that brick wall of the hotel right there on the sidewalk, facing Main Street. Was there a particular reason why you chose the placement of the buildings the way you did?
Well, I can't speak for Melissa, our land planner, but I can say that early on, and in considering the architecture and in considering the original historical concepts layout, I don't think we wanted to bring a single-family neighborhood all the way up against the busy street. It was easier to look at slightly higher density occupancies up near the street so that the residential development could be a bit quieter and could also key into the network of walking trails and things like that that you can see in those green spaces further back on the site.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Well, the time has come for discussion, and then after discussion, if there is any discussion, motions, if there are any motions, and time to...
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We've all invested a lot of time, certainly the developer has, and a lot of money as well. I've been to every planning commission meeting, been to every town council meeting, and we've invested a lot into this. Over the past several months, many people, and I'm going to say dozens and dozens of people, have reached out to me and to this council about pushback on this development. Prior to tonight, I'd only had 2 people approach me in favor of it, and these are people from all over town, predominantly this part of town. But one of those people was actually here tonight and spoke on that. So out of all those people, I just don't see the public support for this. And with that said, I'm gonna have a hard time supporting it.
Okay. Further comment?
Yeah, Mayor Bone.
Ms. Roundtree?
You know, I think, Jeff, the reason that people who are in favor of a project don't approach us sometimes with their comments is because they have nothing to gain, right? There's very unfortunately in this country is cancel culture, where if you don't believe what I believe, then you're wrong. And that's unfortunate. And, you know, tensions run high. Everything's very emotional. I also think it's unfortunate that people would have the kind of gall to say that all of us have some sort of financial interest or personal interest in this project. I work for a national company, CareNet Health. You want to look it up? Call my boss. I don't care. I sell stuff to hospitals all over the country. They don't care what I do at night, you know. And I think I'm lucky in that way because I can vote my conscience. You know, and when you go to make a decision like this, a wise politician once told me, look, 50% of the people are going to like what you have to say and how you vote. 50% are not going to like what you have to say. And all you can do is just vote your conscience, right? And be consistent and be reasonable. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not getting paid by anybody. We make about $300 a month, in case y'all were wondering. That's before taxes. You know, to come, whether we have meetings or not, it's about what we all make. Steve may make a little more, and he deserves it. But that's what the rest of us make. And we don't do it for the money. We certainly don't, you know, do this to win friends and influence people, right? And I do represent you. And I live in Cypress Creek, and just because I disagree with your position doesn't mean that I don't represent a lot of other people. I live in Cypress Creek, 405 Royal Doorknock. There are 364, probably 365 homes as of today in that development. And when fully developed, we will be 500 homes. So pretty big tax base, pretty cool people that live there, if I do say so myself. Glenn and I have lived there since 2003. We've raised our children here. When we moved in, I used to be able to warn the kids to pick up their toys. As he would come across that flyover, I could see his truck. I'd be like, y'all better pick up your stuff because your dad's about to be home. And now I can't see to the flyover, so our early warning system is just find my iPhone. But this development makes me happy. And it makes a lot of our neighbors in Cypress Creek happy. I've talked to a lot of them. Some of them don't just, you know, some of them don't agree. Not everybody likes it. But Russ McConnell was here to speak tonight. He had to leave because of the time, and I know his overall sentiment was positive. Gina Ippolito was here. She lives on James Street. She was here tonight to speak, and I know her sentiment was positive for the project, and she does live right down, you know, downtown. Her mother fell at the nursing home, so she couldn't stay. But, you know, the way I counted it, there were 11 positive speakers tonight out of 36, you know, that were on the docket. And I think that's important. And we all were voted to represent you all. And I feel like, you know, I will vote my conscience, and that's what I'm going to do. One more comment on the height variance, because at issue, this was the only one, and it's the last one we'll vote on, that the Planning Commission did not favorably recommend. And we have to really consider that too, right? Planning Commission, I think, Mayor Bowman, to your point, spent hours and hours and hours, you know, thinking about and studying this project. And there was one out of the things that we'll vote on tonight that they denied, and that was the height variance. And even after that vote, there was some confusion about it. Well, we didn't mean to disallow for the 3-story, we just didn't like the 4-story. But I'm gonna tell you, there's several examples in town and slightly out of town that are already past what this maximum height variance is being asked for. And those include, and some of them have been said tonight, but I wanna review these again, because this again was the only thing that was not favorably recommended out of the Planning Commission. And I take a lot of stock in what the Planning Commission does. Smithfield Foods is 67 feet at its height. They're asking for 52. The Hampton Inn is 44 feet 4 inches. Can you have her thrown out maybe? Because no one else is interrupting.
Next time. Ma'am, that's it. Continue.
As I was saying, the Hampton Inn is 44 feet 4 inches with parapet walls reaching between 48 feet and 52 feet 6 inches, higher than what's being asked for. The hospital, which is across from St. Luke's, which arguably is, I think it's the oldest church in the country, right? I mean, it's up there as far as historic places go. The hospital was just approved to go to 67 feet. Love it. Right across from St. Luke's. Closer than even these buildings will be, arguably, to downtown. Smithfield Station, Randy may argue it, but I have it at 47 feet, pretty close to what we're thinking about. So we have lots of examples already in town where we've exceeded the variance that we're even being asked to consider tonight. Again, I think it spoke highly, the fact that Riverside and Smithfield Foods both support the project, and then they need it and want it for their team members. And to quote another, I know Ms. Dowling said this, but having worked in healthcare and still working in healthcare at Quarterpath, which again, can't get much more historic than Quarterpath, and Williamsburg, the Bonaventure Attain apartments are quite popular at 4 stories with limited access and entry for our nurses at Riverside Doctors Hospital, which, again, it is hard to recruit nurses. We're in a nursing shortage. For every 4 that we need, we have 1 in the country right now. That's pretty much it. I was going to talk about Smithfield VA events and the 3,600 people that we draw to town who enter the historic district within the same hour of when the festivals are every time. So if you don't have impressed in your memory that April 25th, 2023, January 14th, 2023, April 9th, 2022, October 2nd, 2021, and January 18th of 2020, if those weren't red letter days for you as far as bad traffic goes, I mean, that's really what we're talking about, right? Yeah, it was on a Saturday. But 3,600, she did it again, so. Different one? Okay. 3,600 people come to those events. And it's a lot of cars, and no one hardly notices, so.
Okay, here's the deal. This has been a civil hearing for the most part, and I've listened to heckling, I've listened to that, I've let it go by, but we've got business to do. If you're disruptive in the meeting, and I didn't want to get to this, but if you're disruptive and we can't continue to do our business, I'm going to have to, A, ask you to leave, or B, have you removed. I don't want to do it, but that's the way it's going to be, because we're going to get this meeting done, plain and simple. Please, be respectful. We're respectful of you. You may not like what we're saying, but we're being respectful of you. We haven't done anything other than that, so.
That's the conclusion of my comments. Thank you.
Any further discussion by other members of council? Yes, sir, Councilman Smith, because what I'll do then is I'll ask Ms. Clary to go motion by motion, if there is a motion or whatever, what we're voting on.
Well, my first one is, and I think Tammy can answer this for me. This was on the last part of a request where it said at Tuesday, July 11th, Planning Commission meeting, Dr. Pope expressed clarification on his motion to recommend denial of the SUP3 for waiver of the height, and he stated that he was in support of the hotel and 3-story buildings, and it was his intention to deny the height request for the 4-story buildings. What was the motion and what was the vote?
The motion was to deny the waiver of the special use permit request for a waiver of building height. The vote was 3.
It was 4-3 in favor of the motion, but
Right.
the motion was to deny.
4 to 3
So
in
that
favor
was,
of
so
the
this
motion.
came up after the fact, is that correct?
That is correct. That was, Dr. Pope clarified that at the following meeting.
He said he did not, if I may.
Mr. Riddick.
He said that it was not his intention. He opposed the 4 stories, not the height waivers for the 3-story building and the hotel. He was not in favor of the waiver for the 4-story building, but he was not opposed to the waivers that would have permitted the hotel at the height they've requested and the 3-story buildings at the height they requested. So his objection, Mr. Smith, was to the 4 stories at the requested height.
But when the motion was voted on and it was denied, it was all encompassing of the height, is that correct?
There was just a straight motion to deny that request for the special use permit. And then after the meeting was over with, several days later, he contacted me and Tammy
And sent me a letter.
and the mayor and said, I didn't intend the result of what I did was not what I intended, and he went on to explain himself.
You know, I understand that, but what I'm concerned about is there were, how many other people at that meeting? Were there 6 or 7 more people at that meeting that day when that was voted on? And no one caught that? No one caught that they said, what he said was, and they voted against it, so.
It was just a straight up motion, it was a yes or,
Right.
it's a yes or no motion. The SUP is for the height waiver.
Right.
And there was just a straight motion to vote that down, and that was no further discussion.
They didn't know what his intent was until afterwards, is the bottom line. They thought that he didn't.
Well, my other concern is no one else picked up on that possible intent or not of
No one
intent.
would have known.
Well, it was across the board, as far as I'm concerned. Is that correct?
It was 4-3.
Yeah, it was 4 to 3.
I know to deny,
Right.
but to deny the entire height across the entire project.
That was his motion.
And it was voted down, right?
No, his motion
Motion
was approved to deny it.
Right. So what I'm saying is I don't know how you can base this on a after-the-fact intention.
It's,
You know, it's like me.
his opinion carries no weight other than for what you consider it to be. I
Well,
mean,
see, what I'm trying to get across, though, is that it wasn't just voted on for the 4-story buildings, it was voted on the heights.
it was.
Is that what the vote was? Exactly what was the wording?
The motion was to deny the application for a special use permit for the height exception. I'm pretty sure.
I have recommended, if I may, I recommend denial of the special use permit request for waiver of maximum building height. That was the motion,
That's right.
according to Tammy.
And it was, right.
But they did not discuss if you're trying to, if there was no discussion, Mr. Smith, of, oh gosh, that means we can't, we're also denying the hotel and we're denying the 3-story building. They did not have that discussion.
Well, obviously, they didn't think to answer that question.
Well, you're
So
right.
it was all encompassing as far as I'm concerned. Am I incorrect about that? I mean, it looks like to me it was a cut and dry thing. The height, this is the height, we voted on it, and we're gonna deny it. And it wasn't just one building or 2 buildings, it was the entire project.
The way that Dr. Pope's motion was made, that is correct.
Okay. My next thing I want to point out too is all the enclosures we got about stormwater, the school systems, Commissioner of Revenue, Planning and Zoning, Isle of Wight County Museum, Virginia Department of Transportation, the Police Department, Public Works, Utilities Department, and then Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department, Isle of Wight County Emergency Services, and Virginia Department of Health, and Virginia Department of Historic Resources. Out of the first 7, there are holes in every enclosure that have questions and need to be answered. There's some that even state that if something has to be done, especially on VDOT's part, it goes back to the developer at his expense. And since this could possibly be a public partnership with a private, that tells me that we have an unknown possibility of having to participate in something that we don't know whether it's going to pass or not with VDOT. The other one I have is we have no comment from Public Works and Utilities Department. I find that really strange. We have no comment from the Smithfield Fire Department. We have a IWPZ, and maybe Mr. Hall can help me with this, Alloway County Emergency Services, IWPZ. Do you know what that is?
I have no idea. Iowa Planning and Zoning is probably what that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. That was all it said. It didn't give any for or whatever, no comments as far as I was concerned. Virginia Department of Health, no comments. Virginia Department of Historic Resources, no comment. I find it really strange and hard to think that we have got 7 comments and or enclosures, plus the other comments from our town staff that are not favorable, partly favorable. It's such a mixed bag of not being encouraging in the project that it concerns me. I firmly believe, I knew it when we did this back in, when it was, I think it was Henderson that was wanted to develop the property the first time we went around with it. And one of the concerns then was the traffic, so forth and so on. That was denied. But I agreed with one thing that Andrew Gregory said. He was on the council at the time. This project will be developed. Something's going to happen. Whether it's this or somebody else's, or whether we work closely or better with the developer that's proposing this now, that's up to us. And we have to make that decision. I think I've heard that from the public tonight. You know, they know it's going to happen too, so they would like to see a more transparency. I love hearing that word all of a sudden. I've been eat up with that for some time. But the whole thing about it is maybe we can reach a point where we can work and we can make something look like it should, and everybody's comfortable. The parking situations, the density, all that needs to be considered. And I just know, I know that Mr. Luter has spent a lot of time and energy in this. I know that. I'm not a fool. I know things are not free. But with that said, I would like to see them make some type of an effort to work a little closer with the public. I think they've heard the concerns. I think they're all valid. And so that's my standing on it. And as of right now, I'm having a hard time supporting something I know that can be better. I'm at a point where I'm about ready to I'd like to make a motion to table this, but so we can go back and get things cleared up a little bit better for the public. That's my concern. Thank you.
Mr. Hall?
I have an issue with the SUP request for waiver of the maximum building height that was denied by the Planning Commission. I just think what they're looking at is just too high in that particular area, and that's my 2 cents worth.
No, I'm going to go back to Councilman Smith's comment. Madam Vice Mayor, did you want to go ahead?
I do. I've sit and I've listened to all the comments tonight, but you asked the question of Planning Commissioner Charles Bryan, how much time they had actually put into it. I'm definitely not an expert in this area, but what I did do is I reached out to a third party whose profession is planning, and there were some areas in which she had to convince me of this project, and she feels like it is a good project for the area in which it's going. I asked one of my colleagues on town council one time, you know, I ran to serve the people that I represent or people who voted for me, and I do try to listen, but my question was, I don't want to say this wrong and it comes out the wrong way, and it's misconstrued, is, you know, when I vote on a project or something that we're working on, the perception could be that maybe I haven't listened, but my vote, I try to look at the whole picture and make a decision based on the overall community. I'm born and raised here in Smithfield. I've heard people say they've been here 20 years, 30 years. I'm 70 years old, and I've lived in Smithfield all my life. So you know that I've seen a lot of changes, a lot of transformation in our community, and I think it's been good for us. I walk on the trail at Windsor Castle Park on a regular basis, and I'm amazed at the people that I've had conversations with. Germany, Ireland, Massachusetts, out of state. So, you know, our little small town attracts people from everywhere. Yes, we don't have the answers for everything, but basically the developer tonight is asking for rezoning on the project. You know, I have not seen in the documentation that the developer is asking for reimbursement. It crossed me to my email, so that would not be anything that I'm voting on tonight or taking in consideration. Where the height restriction is concerned, in making my decision, I've been riding around looking at BMP ponds. I've been looking at 3-story, 4-story apartments, how close they are to the road. So, you know, I've put some thought into it. The person who is a professional planner, you know, some of the things that Melissa Venable shared tonight, as a single person looking to stay in a secure apartment, they were some of the same things that this person shared with me. And that had never crossed my mind. I would never have thought about that. I thought that this decision was going to be easy for me in the very beginning because I know what a great benefactor that Mr. Luter has been to the town of Smithfield. But, you know, listening to the comments, I've gotten, most of my contact has been opposition, and that's what usually happens. But as it stands now, you know, I'm more inclined to support this project. We talk about 4-story apartment buildings or 52 feet or whatever it is. You know, I did go back. We have corporate headquarters right here in the historic district. So are we talking about the elevation of a building, or we talk about the elevation of the land? Because we already have buildings right here in the historic district that exceeds what we're looking to vote on tonight. You know, one of the things that I do respect the developer for is he knew he would have to ask for a waiver, but he tried to come up with mitigations so that it doesn't appear out of line. The pitch of the roof, as well as also positioning it to the woods or close to Route 10. So I think that there are some considerations in which the developer has asked for in the special use permits. That was another question that I asked the planner. Is it unusual for a developer to ask for this many special use permits? And I think that that's our own choosing, the town, when we did the PMUD, because we didn't want a developer to come in and everything be by right. So we chose to write the PMUD the way we did, and then developer submits the project to us of what he'd like to see, and it's up to us to listen to every situation and make that decision there.
Well, for someone that's not an expert on this matter, you sure sounded like one then, for certain. Go back to my good friend Councilman Smith's comments as far as, you know, something is going to get built there and ultimately will. I sat over there on the other side of the barrier for many years, a lot of times listening as the chief of police and listening to how many different reasons why we shouldn't build on this property. How many different things we're going to do, we need to do. We need to get the town to buy Piercefield. We can't tear it down. Ms. Crocker couldn't tear the place down. It just went on, and it was always something. It was either a divert, or distract, or bring something else in, or whatever. And it was just hard for me to listen council members when we had a development come forward. Council members just get raked over the coals by the public over that. So you're right, something's gonna get developed there, and what my fear is, what gets developed there is nowhere near as good as what was initially proffered or now this project. So this has been going on a long time. Back to your point, Madam Vice Mayor, as far as the issue with infrastructure and what we're going to pay for and what we're going to not pay for, you know, the question was asked, well, why don't you ask them ahead of time before you do any zoning? Well, some people think that's a logical question. Why don't I ask them? Well, that's kind of unfair, and I said it before, to ask someone something that they haven't asked for. It tends, in a legal perspective, maybe I spent too much time in court, but it can tend to, okay, I asked them and then they haven't decided anything, or just because it's been mentioned, they haven't decided it, that if I ask and they say, well, yeah, well then, aha, we've got you, and it poisons the well. Well, then again, it might be something that this body might approve. I don't know. But again, to your point, it has not been asked. It has not been asked at all. Going back as far as as I understood, Mr. Riddick, Dr. Pope's letter to me my intention was specifically not to in any way overrule, in all due respect, Councilman Smith, to overrule the height restrictions. I just had a problem with the 4-story height restriction. That's what I understood, and I wish I had the letter with me, but I don't. This project, I believe it to be a beneficial project. I don't believe that it's going to be built out in a matter of months or years. We have, according to the traffic engineer, it's going to trigger VDOT looking at some things that need to be mitigated as far as the traffic is concerned. And I'm convinced, although the engineer indicated that she didn't study that area outside of where this development would be, I think it's on the radar of VDOT that they know that something's got to have to be done to divert the traffic off of that roadway. It's going to have to be, but if not, in and of itself, without the development, it would clog up. So I support the project. Just leave it at that. Further discussion? Ms. Clary? Can you read what the first, just read them down, and then I'll ask if there's a motion. And
Yes.
there is, please proceed.
Yes, sir. The first is a conditional official zoning map amendment. This is for the rezoning of the parcels to the planned mixed-use development PMUD district.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilwoman Roundtree to amend. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Riddick, I still as mayor, although it's 3-3, I can't make seconds, correct? I don't.
You can. It's up to you. Sure, it's put in your prerogative to do that.
Motion made by Ms. Roundtree. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Vice Mayor Butler. Further discussion on the motion?
Ms. Claire, can you read the motion again, please?
Yes, this is for the rezoning, the conditional official zoning map amendment in order to rezone the properties to planned mixed-use development, PMUD district.
And just for the record, that includes all the proffered conditions. The zoning, it's conditional zoning, so it carries all the proffers with it, which would be they've proffered the basic, that it would be in general conformity with the plan that they've shown. And I'm sure you've read it all, but there's lots of provisions in there. One of the most recent amendment was that it would extend the historic district guidelines to the entire parcel, even though part of it is not within the historic district. The back end, if you're looking at the map here to the left, that piece is not within the historic district, but they have proffered that would be, though the historic district guidelines would be applicable, which means all of the architectural features have to be approved by the Board of Historic and Architectural Review. But I just want to make it clear that approval, or if the zoning is approved, it is subject to the proffered conditions.
Correct.
Because it's conditional zoning.
You all understand the motion and the second? Call the question.
Don't we
Mr.
have
Brooks?
discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to speak if that's okay.
Absolutely.
What I feel with starting this with the PMUD is that we're going to be doing ourselves a disservice to the community and to Mr. Luter on this project. If anything is voted down that he feels that he can't go forward with this project, we're not giving the town people or Mr. Luter an opportunity to work something out that's acceptable for both parties and let this move forward. I'm not against the project. I know something's gonna get done, but not at this, what I'm seeing tonight. I'm just afraid that if we vote on this and it's not favorable, it's a lose-lose situation to the public or to Mr. Luter at the same time.
Well, what's your suggestion?
I'd like to make a motion to table this and send it back to Planning Commission.
That's a substitute.
That's a substitute motion, and we've been through that. We know what the substitute motion is now for certain. Is there a second to that substitute motion before we have further discussion?
May I, just for a second?
Yeah?
To be clear, you're talking about sending it back to Planning Commission, not just council working on it more.
No, well, I can include council and,
Well, if I may,
Please.
you've got a couple of options here. You can send it back to the planning commission, or you can do as the planning commission did, and you can, it's really not tabling it, it's deferring it to another meeting. And the planning commission had a work session, which was a much more, it's a less formal atmosphere where you get to ask the questions that you may have, that if you feel the questions were not answered, that's an opportunity to do that. That's what they did. You can do that, and it stays at this level. If you send it back to the planning commission, I mean, that's your prerogative.
Right, and my concern with that, as you heard from the chairman tonight, you would probably get exactly the same thing that they've already sent to you. So if there's concerns that council has, it's probably best to keep it at council and have that work session to work through those issues.
you're saying to send it, not send it back, but to extend it?
No, it stays at the town council level. It would not
Right.
go back to the planning commission. You just would not be taking action on it tonight. It would either be, you can hold it over to your next regular meeting, or you could have a work session where this is the only thing you discussed with the applicant.
And during that period of time, those holes that you mentioned, you could put together a list of what you think those holes are, get them to Michael. Michael could get them to the proper people. We could then reconvene on this one specific thing and go again. But it would would be a work session with council, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd have to change my motion to have a work session to continue this and work closer in conjunction with the public and with the developer to move forward with this. Is that correct?
Well, the working with the public part is, there's a forum. I mean, I don't know how you do that, Mr. Smith, but the opportunity for you to, and the public can attend those meetings. But the planning commission just did this, and they did it after the first or second meeting, or after the first meeting, I think. They kind of came to the same spot you're at right now, and they decided to defer it to a work session, whereas that's the only thing on the agenda.
And there's only them involved. The public hearing's been held.
The public
We've got
hearing,
gleaned
it's not
from
another
them what
public
they-
hearing, although the public is invited to attend.
Sure.
But it's dialogue with the developer and his team to get your answers if you feel you need them.
So the motion would likely
I
to
got a
be,
question.
It would be
Well-
to continue this with town council.
I have a comment also, after Ms. Butler.
let me get my hands around this right now. What I think you're asking to do is to have a work session on this whole project. Is that correct?
Yes,
Everything.
yes.
Have a and then you have to make a motion for that to occur. To have a work session in which the public is invited. In the interim, you would then get with the town manager, send emails to town and to what your concerns are, so that Tammy and them can be working on what is giving you angst. Then anybody else that's got problems that they want to hear, or that's got
Yeah,
angst or whatever.
it's not just me, it could be any council member
That's what I meant.
got a concern that could send that
That's right, we
to
would
Mike.
schedule a work session, and in that interim, we would gather those questions, have that work session, and then presumably it would come back up on the next council agenda.
So we've got to do it between now and then, and I'll be gone a week of that period of time.
We'll
But you'll be in
figure a date out, but
some kind of way, formal fashion.
Well, you can,
Costa Rica, the cell phone service is kind of rough.
well, you'll just need to schedule it at a convenient time when everybody has the opportunity
All right,
to attend.
so ultimately, a motion to table the matter until the next meeting with a work session in the interim.
Or do we have to give public notice about
We
this?
will,
Oh, yeah,
once a
yeah.
date has
Okay.
been decided, public notice would be given. Yes, sir.
There's no more public hearings. That's done.
Right.
Correct. And the only thing that I ask is that, and I know we will, is everyone, when you do it this time, please get your stuff in, everybody act in good faith, and we'll keep our reputation as a good council and support it with the people.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
another
ma'am.
option is a task force.
I'm sorry?
Another option could be a citizen task force. The county does it all the time. You might not like it, but I'll just throw out there that, if we had 7 citizens, 1 each appointed by each of us, can't have more than 1 appointee per street, so they can't be like next door neighbors. But, plus someone from like town planning commission, you could add the county planning commission and have them just get questions
We
answered.
could do that. That starts to abdicate the authority of council, though. That bothers me a little bit. I think that we can always have them, those folks that you're talking about, as ad hoc members to the committee or whatever, or just, ancillary members. But I think, based on what I'm hearing Councilman Smith say, I think what he would like to have is a work session, and in the interim, everybody get their things together, that they have problems or don't understand or concerns, to Michael, to the town manager. He can then farm it out to staff, then we can all get back together, and those things that you
They can, and he'll have communication with the developer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that would have to be a substitute motion.
Yes,
Is that your motion?
yes.
So it's to defer action to the next regularly scheduled council meeting with a work session to be scheduled between now and the next meeting.
Correct.
I think that's what you're talking about. Is that right, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is there a second to the motion?
Mayor,
I'll second it.
Hold on a second. Seconded by Mr. Hall. Further discussion?
I will not be here at the next town council meeting. I'll be out of the country. I will be logging in, but I would prefer to be here in the room with everybody. I'm only one of 6. I realize that.
Well, you do have the option of the electronic communication, but I mean, that may not be your preference, but I'm just saying that is an option now that was not available 6 months ago, right?
But that also puts the developer another 30 days behind.
Yeah, I do like the remote attendance. I was able to do that. The only thing I would like to see is it was very difficult to hear you and some of the other people that were speaking. Maybe we can, look at that and see how we can, because I could hardly hear some of the things that were commented on. Again, the reason why I'm suggesting this is because I think I'm trying to be fair to the developer and to the public. If we look at it as shooting him down, everybody has the confidence. We've heard it from the public too. They think this is workable. It is workable. Something's gonna happen. So let's get ourselves together. You wanna let him speak?
Does it,
I'd like to get on with the motion.
okay, motion and second to do it next meeting.
Yes.
Discussion was by Mr. Brooks. You said that you indicated that you like the idea of the remote, so we would move it along to the next meeting, correct?
Yes.
With a working session in between.
Correct.
Yes.
Everybody understand the motion? Further discussion? Call the question.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mrs. Roundtree?
No.
Mayor Bowman?
Yes. Motion passes. Mr. Luter, did you have a comment that you'd like to make now? All right, sir. Next item on the agenda is approval of town council summary minutes from the June 6th and 20.
Two meetings.
6 meetings.
Mr. The regular meeting and the continued meeting, and I recommend approval of the minutes as presented.
So moved. Motion made by Mr. Hall, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Smith. Call the question.
Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mayor Bowman?
Aye. Next item is new business, resolution to appropriate funds into the fiscal year 24 general fund, water fund, sewer fund operating budget. Michael Stallings.
Yes, sir. Included in your packet is a resolution that would appropriate funds that were unspent last year for specific projects into this fiscal year's operating budgets. Specifically, $98,000 from the water fund for the Jordan water main replacement and a vehicle replacement. $295,000 in the sewer fund for Bradford News bypass pump, lining the sewer pipes, and a vehicle replacement, and then $112,000 in the general fund for building repairs, and again, their portion of that vehicle replacement. These were all funds that were budgeted last year but not spent before the end of the fiscal year.
The resolution is before you. Any questions on the resolution? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we accept the resolution.
Motion made by Councilman Smith to accept the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Hall. Further discussion? Call the question, please.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mayor Bowman?
Aye. Items 4A and 4B have been pulled. Item 4C, or tabled, or continued, should I say. Item 4C, resolution to request speed study on Cary Street to the town limits. I think that came up a little while ago.
That's me, Mr. Mayor. The town engineer has contacted VDOT. Y'all expressed the desire to have a speed study done. They won't do it without an official resolution from the council, so I've prepared one and recommend that you adopt it so that they'll do the speed study.
What's pleasure of the council?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Hall. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Smith. Further discussion on the resolution? Call the question, please.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Butler?
Yes.
Mayor Bowman?
Yes. Any further business to come before council? Not, meeting adjourned.
They said, unless VDOT has an official resolution.
Sir, buddy.
They would